Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Chat, let me know when you can hear me. You can hear. You can hear. Hey, to everybody who hung out, to everybody who had faith, you are the real ones, okay? You are what makes streaming possible, right? Because the stream freezing in the midst of it starting is not the streamer hating you or being mean to you or trying to deprive you of content. No, that's my computer, right? That's my computer, which I probably need to replace at some point because it does that a lot. It does that a lot. But you all are awesome. You all are awesome. All right. I'm tempted to be mad at tough technical difficulties, but I know that when I do that, a lot of times chatters feel like I'm getting mad at them. And those of you that are still here, I have nothing but love for. All right. It would be awesome if the if the people who left had a little bit more faith, but they're not here to yell at, so I won't yell at them until they come back. No, just kidding. I don't know who I don't know who leaves and who stays. I don't have a naughty and nice list, chat. Maybe I should, like Santa. Trained on waiting times from playing GTA 5. How old is that game? And when is 6 coming out? I that's kind of a meme, isn't it? The whole, when does GTX? Yeah, NCC will be back by the time that GTX 6 comes out. There you go. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or who am I kidding? It's fucking nighttime for most of you. It is Thursday. Wait, is that fucking right? Yeah, it's Thursday, June 26th. 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. Shouts to all the weasels who stuck around. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Present time. Present day. Okay, I gotta work on my evil villain laugh, chat. Friday morning for EU chatters, based EU chatters, based Australian chatters, based who's ever here. I'm sorry I didn't get on earlier, chat, but I have this terrible situation where I have to pay my rent, and I don't know. Should I throw this out there? I'm not sure ACH works internationally, right? So I've been doing it in cash, which feels pretty gross, and also, you know, charges me an exorbitant fee every time I take it out from the ATM. I have got to figure out another way to do this, even if it's paying on PayPal. I don't know. Does that work? If I think PayPal handles, like, you know, you can wire money to a bank that's not in the US. I'm pretty sure ACH, does the A in ACH stand for American, or does it stand for automatic? But whatever, chat. The TLDR is that I had to, pay my rent, not by just hitting buttons on my phone, like should be the way, but by physically going and dealing with a Thai ATM, which it's weird. You'll ask it for like money one time and it'll say incorrect amount. Incorrect amount. What does that mean? Incorrect amount. What do you mean, Thai ATM? I have no idea. Right? And then you'll try the exact same transfer again and it'll just give you the money. It's like it rolls the dice. It's RNG, chat. RNG ATMs in Thailand. Why are they forcing my boy Hagseth to do 7 a.m. press conferences? They should wait until at least 11, right? It's automated. It stands for automated. It doesn't stand for American. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I don't think it does international, or I'm not sure it does. I just don't want to do a thing where like I set up a payment and like my landlord doesn't get it and decides to take my security deposit and kick me out or something. I don't know. But yeah, fun. Automated cash something. Automated American transfer. It is American. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So it's probably a good thing I didn't try to use ACH. I just have to figure. I think maybe PayPal. What are these things called? There's a number of different. Are they called EMI? Like electronic money interface, maybe? Anyway, chat, I'm boring you. Look, we've taken forever to get to the stream. That's why I just had to deal with some bullshit that I should in no way have to deal with. But we got something special for you tonight, okay? Ethan Klein has added 2 more people to his dance card. And by dance card, I mean the people that he's suing. Yeah, you ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? I mean, I guess Ethan must be that devil. And he wants to dance, right? And he's not satisfied. He's got to get more attention. Why did he do this again? Yeah, he added Taylor and... oh yeah, because people called him misogynist. Oh my god, please be stable. Please be stable. God, fuck. Maybe I should look at my task manager again just to make sure. Yeah, memory is 82%. CPU is 95%. What? Okay, it's moving between different ranges. Well, it looks like now CPU is looking okay and memory's the questionable one. Anyway, chat, that's what happened. My system got overcome, I guess, with... It didn't have the system resources. That's why we crashed. And that's a great thing to do when you're way late to stream already. Anyway, what I was trying to say, though, is we got the Ethan Klein thing. He has added... Okay, so to prove that he's not misogynist, he's suing a black man. That's... People said, you're suing 3 women? You know...
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. My glorious god King Eric Adams says he's got dirty nasty hands, that's why he's going to beat Sauron. One day you be meeting with Turkish diplomats, next day it can be the 11th of September.
Oh my god. Eric Adams staying in the race. Andrew Cuomo apparently also staying in the race. Is that right? But thank you for the super chat, Davy Cliff, getting us started on the bonus content. The reason that I'm kind of bullish on the bonus content here, chat, is we got a chance to do something kind of amazing. Now, it may be very late at night for you, but it is in fact the middle of the day for me. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon for me. That means that if I wanted to, I could stay up and, I don't know, react to Jubilee content on Twitch, right? I want to do this sometime soon and, you know, cover at least the Sam Cedar thing. There's also a Jordan Peterson one. And there's a Surrounded with the guy that Ethan brought on, his Palestinian friend. You know, the guy that was, the guy that's like, you know, like names a questionable charity and then his own personal fund in like the same sentence of like, hey, if you want to help out the Palestinian cause, right? You know, and one of the links that he gives is literally like him. It's like his money, right? So that guy is also on Jubilee, and he got tore up by actual Palestinian activists, right? He is Palestinian himself. Apparently his whole family was killed by Israel, and he is Israel's strongest soldier. Yeah, really strange guy, but he's on Jubilee. He's got, like, there's a lot of Jubilees, chat. Now, what's the deal with Jubilee? Why have I not reacted to Jubilee on YouTube? How come I'm the only streamer that doesn't react to Jubilee? Everybody touches that catnip, right? Some of you may know that Jubilee has a bit of a hate boner for me. That's right. That's right. Hate boner. Okay. Really strange shit. Like every time I try to react to a Jubilee video, I get my stream taken down. They don't even want it. They're not even trying to take my ad revenue, chat. They're just taking my stream down, right? And I don't know what happened. One time they didn't take my stream down, but they yelled at me over email, or like YouTube sent a email being like, you can't, you know, this is copyrighted content or whatever. Right, and I didn't pay attention to it because I'm on stream. I'm streaming. I don't usually look at my email on stream, but yeah, I got a fucking warning for that shit, right? So this was a long time ago, but that's a really weird thing happening, and that's the kind of thing that in the right circumstances could have really, like, chat. Let's say I already had a warning. If I had already had a warning, then I would have gotten a strike and I would have lost my channel for a week. All right. So this is a fucked up game, and I don't exactly want to play. Jubilee is copyright happy on YouTube specifically. That's why I'm thinking, chat, if we pick this topic, if we pick this, the Jubilee as a topic, that I will be doing it on YouTube, and I will also open it up to be a subathon, meaning that you could potentially keep me on for a lot longer to cover not just the Sam Cedar Jubilee, but the Jordan Peterson one, the Ahmed Al-Khatib, am I saying it right? Is his name, and he was wrecked on Jubilee. Yeah, there's a lot of fun Jubilee stuff to cover, but I can't cover it on YouTube, unfortunately. I can cover it on Twitch, so if we pick that one, we'll be all moving over to Twitch to watch that, because that's the only platform that for whatever reason will let me watch that stuff. Yeah, they seem okay on Twitch. Hassan watches it on Twitch all the time. He also somehow puts it, the industrial complex also somehow puts up those videos on YouTube after the fact, and they don't get taken down. So I do think that Jubilee has a special hate boner for me, but chat's right. I have seen other content creators taken down over similar kind of stuff. I just know it's ever since I criticized them for their Blair White. They had Blair White on at one point, and I just commented on how, like, everybody on the left of an issue are just like regular people, and everybody on the right of an issue, right, are like people like Blair White, right? You've got ringers. That's the word for this, chat. A ringer is if I like had a let's say I was a professional tennis player, and you were doing some like informal, like, I don't know, with work or with school, a tennis tournament or a tennis match, and you put it out teams, and then you brought me in as your ringer because I'm actually really, really good at tennis, right? And like everybody else is just a regular person that happens to have a tennis racket and tennis balls and can play tennis, but I'm actually, like, you know, just crushing it out there, right? I had, yeah, 210. Oh, I wish that was real, Emily French. That was from last time. That was from last time, and I am very thankful that people have been supporting me since this fucking debacle over in Malaysia. I was trying to go to Vietnam. Oh, by the way, chat, I got my visa. I got my visa results back from Vietnam. It is what is it, Thursday? No, it's Friday my time. It is Friday here in Thailand, right? So it actually took me not 3 days, but 5 days. 5 days to get a response from the socialist. Oh my god, what are they actually called? I'm trying to remember the actual name for Vietnam. Formal name. What is the formal name of Vietnam? Socialist Republic of Vietnam is what it's called. Yeah, I finally got my No. 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 What the fuck? Was that a Dutch commercial, chat? Am I getting Dutch commercials? That sounded like Dutch. Did he say something was lekker? Dat is lekker. Sorry, chat. That's my imitation of every sentence in Dutch ever. Dat is lekker. Ik spreek geen Nederlanders. But yeah, I got my response back from the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, and they said I'm free to come on in. And it only took them 5 days. It took them a week. I'm not complaining. I should have looked. I should have known. It's not on Vietnam to make it super easy for Americans to travel there after what my country has done to the people of Vietnam. I'm not mad at them. But yeah, it finally did come through fully a week after I applied, and so yeah, now I've got a visa that I think is good for like a month. I think I only asked for a month, right? Wait, I gave you a heart attack? Wait, how? Oh yeah, well it's not a yay, Crotchy. Like, look, I needed to go. I needed to leave the country by the 22nd, right? My visa was only good till the 22nd, so I had to take a flight to somewhere else and get my passport stamped before this last Sunday, right? The 22nd. And I thought that place was going to be at Vietnam. That's why I applied for an e-visa. I thought that maybe it was the kind of thing that, if I got the application in, they'll like let me in the country. Because I'm just staying for one night after all, right? It's not that big of a deal. But no, they're very serious about their e-visa. And you do have to have it in order. You have to show them a valid e-visa before you get on the flight, which now I have.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. A week to respond. This proves the failure of socialism.
There we go.
No capitalist country make you wait that long.
Never. The U.S. is famous about being the pathway to citizenship and the pathway to, our immigration system, our visa system. Incredibly easy to navigate, not run by a narcissistic madman and his incompetent government. No, yeah, but that would never happen in the United States. You're talking about the visa and then oh no panicked? Wait, sorry, I'm sorry, I don't know what oh no panicked means. Wait, oh no is a person? Or did I say oh no? I'm just gonna try to chill out though, chat, because I've got a lot to be worried about. I've got a lot to be upset about, and none of that shit helps us here. None of that shit helps us tonight. So I'm just gonna try to like let it run off my back like a bead of sweat underneath my hair, because god damn it, fuck. Is it slightly too hot? That's all. I'm not complaining though. But yeah, anyway, I got my I got the email back, I got the visa, and it is too late. It's too late. I paid, $25 for the visa alone. I'm not gonna get to use it. It's only good for a month. I'm not gonna be in Vietnam for that month. I definitely can't afford another plane ticket, right, chat? I bought 2 plane tickets and only got to use one. Oh, it was just a Dutch advertisement. I was listening 1 second and then the visa email thing the next minute, and you were saying, oh no, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I was oh noing about, oh, I see what you're saying. So I responded to the Dutch advertisement with oh no while I was talking about the visa, and you were like thinking that it was something bad, like Vietnam was like, I don't know. I don't know. Why is YouTube hitting me with clips of brain dead Lich King Ronald Reagan? Like unironic Reagan posting, Davy? Like water off a Donald Duck back. Is Duck with us tonight? It is Duck o'clock, by the way. Zoomies o'clock. Here, wait. This is what I was trying to do. That? What? Can I not make it happen? Let's try it again. There we go. Yeah, a week to respond that proves that socialism... Well, yeah, it proves that Zoran Mamdani's, Cuban grocery stores. Chat, have you seen this? There's an asshole, I think he's a senator or a congressman, and he's trying to deport Zoran Mamdani before he can be elected mayor of New York. Right? And one of the things that they're talking about is like Zoran's, he's got like a proposal for like city-owned grocery stores. And the idea is this, chat. I don't know if you know this, but grocery stores, especially during and in the wake of the pandemic, took advantage of the perception of inflation in order to inflate prices that didn't actually need to be inflated, and they made huge profits, right? They took advantage of you. You're being squeezed on both sides, chat. You're not being paid what you're worth at work, right? You are always making your bosses infinitely more money than what they're paying you. And when you make them more money, in other words, when they fire your coworkers and force you to do their jobs too, they're not paying you for those two jobs. They're not paying you anything more. Your pay rate effectively hasn't gone up since the 70s, right? The median pay rate, right, has not gone up since the 70s, right? So they're fucking you over when it comes to not paying you enough, and then they're fucking you over at the grocery store when it comes to forcing you to pay too much, right? And if you've got a public option, and look, it shouldn't have to come to this, right? It's just a, late stage capitalism, any kind of regulation is a joke, right? That it needs a measure like this, a municipal level measure of adding competition, right? Which is what capitalism is supposed to provide. That's the advantage, supposedly, of the United States over Cuba. You go to Cuba and you've got like one or two different kinds of corn, canned corn that you can buy. You go to America and there's a whole, which brand would you like of corn, right? We got low sodium, high sodium, like medium sodium, super magnesium. We got like, every kind of corn that you could imagine, right? And then Cuba, like it's you're limited, right? There's a few different, there's corn. Right, you can get corn, right? So that's supposed to be the advantage, is that in the American system we have competition. Competition supposedly keeps people honest, keeps the prices down, and in practice that does not fucking work because our grocery stores operate like a goddamn cartel. Kroger literally admitted to price gouging in court. Damn, and they're probably not going to pay a price for that either. We are back. Yes, we are indeed. But in general, chat, understand that there are very few circumstances in which the stream will crash and stay down. So it is in your advantage. It's in your advantage to stay in chat, even if I freeze for especially if I freeze for a second, right? That's an infinitely fixable crash. The thing that kept me from coming back sooner is that it was actually like I don't know, the CPU I think had maxed out, right? So it just like had to chug through, it took longer. Yeah, illusion of choice really is what we're talking about, Wrecked Angel. I'm kind of making fun of us here, right? But this is what they're talking about, like a state-owned grocery store, because that works so well for Cuba. Actually, it does. You want to make fun of Cuba's healthcare? You want to make fun of other things about Cuba? You want to make fun of a small island in the Gulf of Mexico, you want to make fun of a small island that's been under embargo for like 50 some years, and that is still coming up with cures, yes, cures that the rest of the world doesn't have, that still has one of the best medical systems in the fucking world, top notch, chat. Cuba sends its doctors out to help other people. I think they've sent them out to the U.S. in fact, right? But yeah, no, these ignorant fucks are making fun of, oh yeah, everything's so miserable in Cuba. It's bread lines down there, when in actuality, nah. Cuba's doing all right. Vietnam's doing all right, all right? Benefits of capitalism is you get every treat in a Cool Ranch flavor. That's true. Yeah, and you get the other benefit of capitalism, right, over European socialism, is that you get all kinds of food additives, which are horrible for you, but we wouldn't want to regulate that away, right? We give you the free choice to buy. Oh, wait, no, you don't have the choice, do you? Because there's an incentive to keep the prices low, and if an additive is cheaper, it's going to end up in your food, even if it fucking gives you cancer, all right? And if it gives you cancer and you can prove it, then maybe, I don't know, 20 years down the line, maybe, right? The government will get around to banning it until the Trump administration comes in, or some similar, two-bit dictatorship comes in and decides we're going to bring that shit back. I mean, that's what they're doing right now. They're backsliding on a lot of things. Benefits of capitalism, resting in peace afterwards. Yeah, knowing that you didn't take that handout, right? You can rest in peace. You can go to an early grave with the peace of mind of knowing that you weren't on the government dole, because there was no government dole. But yeah, chat, we got a lot to get to tonight, and I'm hoping we can maybe get to that. Oh, look at that, chat. Look at that. We've got a three-way race here, at least. Oh my god. Yeah, so, yeah, the bonus content, of which we are now at, I think 20%? Is that right? We're at 20% out of 100%. We get to 100%, we will get to view some bonus content, and I got some what I think is a pretty special option for us tonight. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, right? The thing that was last place the last time I checked in the last poll, Vadim would be happy to know this. I wonder if Vadim is around. I did talk to Vadim a little earlier today, and chat, it looks like I might have to cover Quimon of all people, chat. Some of you know who I'm talking about. For those of you who don't know who I'm talking about, just think of it as Chud Logic's son. All right, just think of me as saying son of Chud Logic. All right, that and you got the right idea on Quimon. He's apparently exonerated Vadim of the charges that Vadim lied about running from the debate, right? Ethan said that Vadim could debate him anytime. They made plans. Vadim had something come up and had to cancel, and but that should be okay, right? Because Ethan said anytime. But yeah, they've tried to call Vadim a liar because of this. What is a Quimon? Good question. I'm glad you don't know, though. It's very base that you don't know who Quimon is. No, this is just like a Chud Logic orbiter, that I'm talking about. And again, chat, the commentary community is pretty fucking rotten. You can see that with how much, how much Nicholas Diorio is writing for Ethan right now. The degree of sweeping and gunt guarding that Diorio is doing for Ethan would be embarrassing. Should be embarrassing, right? And you do have people calling him out over it, right? You do have, and that's like Chud Logic and Quimon. So I mean, these aren't good guys, all right? They got some reprehensible viewpoints. I was told earlier, I don't know how true this is, right? But that Quimon is a Nick Fuentes fan. I think that might be first Jewish groiper I've ever heard of, right? I mean, I'm sure, look, the law of averages says that he's probably not the only one, but it's just a weird thing. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, you know, for Queeman to be a Nick fan. Given that I don't think Nick would be a Queeman fan, just based on him being Jewish, I think that would that would be a that would be a deal breaker right there for slippery Nick Fuentes. What is this other super chat? My glorious God King Eric Adams, spelled with 2 D's. Is that how you actually spell it? It's like the Adams family. Says he's got dirty, nasty hands. That's why he's going to beat Zoran one day. You be meeting with Turkish diplomats. Next day it can be the 11th of September. Do I need to watch I saw that Mayor Adams gave a press conference. We need to take a look at that. I don't know if I have time for it tonight. I think after Hassan's new commentary on the situation, it will give manufactured consent to go after Ethan, because they realize if he's successful, it'll change the reactionary landscape. Cena's videos come up. Is he switching up? No. Please, this is not, let me be really clear. This is not a clean bill of health for Queemon. This is not a clean bill of health for Chud Logic, all right? This is an acknowledgement that in addition to having some reprehensible takes on a lot of different subjects, and not being great guys in general, that there is a certain moral consistency, right? That when somebody's just a straight up liar and a lol cow and a unhinged freak show like Ethan is, that streamers like Chud and Queemon don't let team politics, team sports, we hate Anissa, we hate iDubbbz, we hate Hassan. They don't let that tinge their viewpoints, right? If Ethan's being an unhinged lolcow, right, and cyber stalking people online, they'll actually say it. So I mean, I'm glad there's some people that will do it. I hate that it has to be, getting it from people like Chud and Queemon, who I definitely have experience with, especially Chud. I think Queemon. Oh, chat, you never got that Queemon video, did you? I roasted him on stream after he talked a little bit of shit about me. It wasn't a lot though. He wasn't like, he wasn't like doing an NCC stream or anything. There was just a little missive that he threw my way. Somebody shared it with me. I reacted to it online. But if I had put out, I think the video would have been like 3 minutes. I just didn't talk about him enough to warrant a video. I did make a banger thumbnail, but unfortunately, it's a thumbnail you may never get to see. Love it when Olay was cooking Eric Adams so hard. Adams had to turn away because he couldn't look her in the eye. Wait, when was that, Crotchy? Know very little about him. I just know he's an orbiter or something. Yeah. So yeah, these aren't good guys or anything like that, but they are less... they're just commentary dudes that aren't as hypocritical as Nick Diorio. This is just why I watch Dark Souls videos. Like all chuds of the world would be open to the same standards Ethan set to sue. It goes, but oh yeah. If they're actually thinking about this in terms of their working conditions as a YouTuber, then they would be against what Ethan is trying to do, right? The only reason that more people aren't doing that is because Ethan has set it up so that his opponents are femoids. The femoids are his opponents, and if you're an incel, you're not allowed to approve of the femoids. So Ethan is automatically right, even though he's wrong. That's how this is working. But yeah, chat, can you catch me up on anything? Davy, anybody got more stuff about Mumdani? I'm thinking about covering Mumdani and the crash out over him next. there's a lot of right-wingers that are acting like Mamdani is going to, what is it, like Islamo-communism or something like that? Is that what they're saying about him? He's going to thrust us into Islamo-socialism, Islamo-communism. And then there's actually some fucking left-wingers too, like Hochul has refused to endorse refused to endorse Mamdani so far. Right? And there's some thought that they're gonna, I don't know, chat. Like, there's a lot of question marks here, right? Will the Republican nominee maybe step down in order to allow Eric Adams to run on the Republican ticket?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Eric Adams, Elden Lord of Table of Success. Let your haters become your waiters, pitiful tarnished.
Damn. The Elden Lord rings. The Elden Ring. Elden Ring? All I know, chat, is that there's a, Wait, what's the guy's name? Like, is there like a turd guy in Elden Ring? Is there a guy that's made of turds in that game? Yeah, who's the poop man? There's a poop man in that game, isn't there? This is all I know about Elden Ring. Dung Eater, thank you. It's the Dung Eater. Oh, it's like the Turd Eater? What? No, the Turd Eater is from fucking Steve Bannon's awful, his favorite book. Anyway, that's a racist, the Camp of the Saints has got the Turd Eater. The Dung Eater, though, is an actual character from Elden Ring, which I think is a lot more real than anything in a racist French book. God, the French, like, just like everything else, chat, the French got to be a little extra when it comes to racism. Ethan? Poopy Klein? People are thinking I'm talking about Ethan here. Are you not just thinking of Ethan? Yeah, who's the poop man, chat? Who's the poop man? Conker's Bad Fur Day? What does that have to do with poop? Is there poop in the game? Someone offering to dump millions into a write-in campaign, like what happened in Buffalo? But yeah, on top of that, there is a right-wing, I think it's a senator, like threatening to, or like asking the Trump administration to investigate, investigate. Yes, I am streaming again. Chat, sorry for being so late. I had to pay my rent today, and I still haven't figured out how to pay it electronically to a bank in another country. And so there's a poop boss in Conquer? Damn, I gotta play this game. That flower in Conquer's Bad Fur Day shaped me as a young one. Now I'm thinking of the flower in Cuphead. Olaymi debated Eric Adams in March 2024 on The Breakfast. Oh, now I remember that. Thank you, Crotchy. Yeah. About Eric's false narrative about crime in New York City. Maybe about the deaths he covered up in Rikers Island. Yeah, he's done a lot. He's done a lot. And that was maybe even before, I'm guessing, the revelations of Eric Adams acting as a foreign agent for the state of Turkey. Right? He's on that Erdogan. He's getting that Erdogan money. Apparently. And he had to have Daddy Trump come in to save him. I don't know why I thought I was going to do a Trump thing there, chat. I need to wet my whistle. Oh. Like, I know it's a cliche to say put the lime in the coconut, but whoever wrote that song, like, it is actually the perfect complement of flavors, right? I like coconut water, but I like it like 15 times more if it's got lime juice in it. Zoran is driving all the CNBC billionaires crazy. Leftist Mafia played a few minutes of Kathy Hochul's gross statements about Zoran Mamdani. and Ole had some insight about Hokel from when she was trying to get them to look into something. Nice. Developed a habit of watching your streams in the afternoon. Is it afternoon for you, or are you saying like as a VOD? Is it plausible that Erdogan is aware of Hassan and Chink's existence? I wouldn't we like to know? Yeah, consider the Intifada globalized. Was it? No, it was both. Anti-Corporatist asks, was it Hokel or Gillibrand? It was actually both. AC. Lime juice and watermelon. Yeah. No, you're right about that. Yeah, lime juice and watermelon is almost a bigger improvement than the because I said I like coconut water, and you can get it pretty cheap here. It's oh, it is the afternoon for you.
Super chatted $9.99. Well, ye tarnished pitiful dung eater Ethan Klein, deathbed companion IDF Hiller, Hassan Abbey chieftain of the Turklands, and Kia the all-knowing.
Kaya the all-knowing. Kaya the all-knowing. Chat, I should play this game, except I'd probably get my ass kicked. You know what I do is when I eat watermelon, like if I have lime, I'll like squeeze it over the watermelon, and kind of then like once the lime wedge is squeezed, I'll like rub it down the sides. I'll give the watermelon basically a hot stone massage with lime before I eat it, because like, oh my god, the combination of lime and watermelon is insanely good. What do I have today, by the way, chat? Looks like my fruit kitty is filled to the brim. Ah! It got on me, chat. I got white stuff on my face again. This always happens to me. Anyway, what's this white stuff? Ooh, it's dragon fruit. Unbelievably good. Tagine on water? Wait, what is tagine? Goated combo? Yeah, it really is. It's I mean, try it if you haven't already. I know that sounds simple, of like, oh, you're gonna take two fruits and combine them, you know, good job, right? But no, it's actually that much better. The Japanese ruined my brain. Wait, what did they do? Oh, with Elden Ring? Oh my god, Davy, you're just reminding me that I'm supposed to put on a I'm supposed to put up a super chat, like the butterfly goal. You've done like there's 4. It's like, oh, I know, yeah, like a chili lime salt seasoning. Okay, yeah, we don't have chili lime salt seasoning here, but we do have chili salt sugar seasoning. That's a big thing here. We also have a plum, what is it, like a plum powder that you can don't dip your dick in the plum. I'm sorry, chat, that's not what I was trying to say. I would probably burn. Okay, but that's not health advice. Okay, this is not health advice. But no, you dip, not dick, the fruit into the plum powder, and it makes it like sour and salty. Oh my god, it's so good. Pardon indeed. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. I swear to God, I am not in Thailand for sex. Unlike 80% of the American tourists here. At this point, Eric Adams has been born in every state in the USA. Wait, what? Sour Patch fruit. Yeah, kind of. What is that? Is that a mosquito? Are you a mosquito? What are you? Are you a little baby spider? Okay, that's all right. I like having a spider in my house. Grow up to be a big spider, okay, and eat all the insects. If any flies come in here, eat them. This spider is my ally, chat. Look at that. Oh my god, you're a little spider dude. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, eating bugs when he can. Dried salted plums are a big Mexican snack too. I put them on. Oh, that sounds so good. Yeah, clip it and ship it, chat. Clip it and ship it. they're like, can you imagine though if somebody tried to like, because you know what, you know how clips work for streamers, right? The idea is that people clip a streamer they don't like at odd moments, and then they try to present the streamer as like, this is what they're all about, right? So Hassan reads a chat, the chatter saying something fucked up, you know, they clip that. You know, Hassan is making a joke, they clip that, right? But yeah, with me, it would just all be sex stuff, wouldn't it? It would be somebody trying to be like, she is inappropriate. She is NCC 17 is what she is, right? She is talking about sex literally all the time. Literally her whole existence online is just her horny posting. And I'm not here for it. Are there any venomous spiders in Thailand? I should check. There's definitely some venomous snakes. The heat wave brought ants and earwigs and centipedes into my house. Boy, indeed. Yeah, centipedes can bite you. Oh my god, I don't mean to scare you, Emily French, though. I've never been bit by a centipede, but I've heard that they can bite. Do earwigs really go in your ear, though? That almost scares me even more. But yeah, chat, we got a bunch of Ethan Klein stuff to do tonight. Wait, saladitos, good on oranges, beer. Wait, is that what it's called? Saladitos? Oh, like salt. Salad meaning salt. Like little salties. Is that what that means in Spanish? Little salty. It sounds like a rap name. I would listen to Little Salty. Why isn't there a Little Salty? It seems like the most obvious like rap name. Yeah, Little Salty, right, would be like a great rap name. Or like Little Salty Peen or something. I don't know, chat. Look up Saladitos Hola with the little fox. Lillian, that sounds like some Evangelion shit right there. Wait, look up Saladitos. It's a food. Ooh. Oh, okay. It's a dried salted plum or apricot, which can also be sweetened with sugar. Ooh, and anise and coated in chili and lime. So wait, kind of like, I feel like they do this in Japan with umaboshi. Has anybody ever gotten dried umaboshis? Umaboshi plum is a sour plum that is usually pickled with beef steak leaf. What's it called? Shiso leaf? Yeah, shiso leaf is the name in Japanese. And it's one of my favorite foods. Like I always get
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Okay, I have theory that June has done the most to push back against Islamophobia. All the white guys in Staten Island think they're freemen after voting for Zoran Listen Al-Qaeda.
June has done the most to push back against Islamophobia. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because like what else is gonna make like weird little elements of Muslim culture cool in the eyes of your average New York hipster? We don't still call them hipsters, do we? Is there a different name for these people now? I feel like hipster, to call somebody a hipster is so like it's not 2015 anymore, right? I don't think we can call them hipsters anymore, chat. But you know what we can do? I can give you 3 hours to get 5 super chats, because you've already got 5 super chats. And if you do, butterfly in my hair. I'll put a butterfly in my hair. Whoa. Start goal. There we go. All right, there we go. So yeah, there's already 5 super chats, so I'll just make it so that the goal is 5. That way, think we're good. And then put that here. Boom. We call them gentrifiers. Yeah, that is one thing they do. But yeah, congratulations, Frank Herbert, for making that shit cool with white boys. And when you say that Dune has done the most to push back against Islamophobia, are you saying the existence of the book, or are you saying the resurgence of interest in the book because of the Timothée Chalamet film series that's come out recently? Wait, the Freeman, yeah, they're Freeman after voting for Zoran. Well, they need to, what is it called? They need the Chris knife, right? Like, how, isn't there like a whole rite of passage? Like, and I'm not talking about the rites of passage for like the Bene Gesserit or the, oh my God, what do you call them? The Bene Gesserit in the, amongst the Freeman? Oh my God, the films, of course the films. I was kind of into Dune before the films, though, I gotta admit. Well, before the recent films, obviously not before the, there was like a film in 1980, I always forgot. And then Sci-Fi did a series, Raymond, Bene Gesserit. What are they called? Yeah, the Freeman Reverend Mother. Freeman are the indigenous people of Arrakis. Yeah. Timothée Chalamet's cheekbones did a lot of heavy lifting against Islamophobia. Nice. I read Dune 20 years ago. I want my warm boy. You want Paul, wait, what is his name? Like Paul the Second? No, Paul Atreides, then what's his it's the same name as his dad, right? It was the Sayadina are the Bene Gesserit amongst the Fremen? Was there like a name for the Leto's the second? There we go. Leto. That's what I was looking for. Oh my God, chat. You know what's funny is I do have so I got books along with my apartment. They're right back there. And I don't know if it's my landlord that got these. They're apparently from the building has a library, right? There's like a little bit of like there's a common area, right, that you can sort of like, you know, work from and use Wi-Fi and stuff. And I guess there's a little library in there. But yeah, he put 2 Dune books. I think I've got Dune Messiah and Children of Dune back there, along with Naked Lunch. It's really strange, chat, because it's like there we got a connection right there. I got a connection with, well, I don't know if it's my Thai landlord who put it there or they were just randomly in there, what the deal is. Brian Herbert Dune books. I read those, Davy, and I actually liked them. The one about the, oh my God, what are they? Honored Matre? The Honored Matre? That shit was cool. What was the Dune book about Honored Matre? Heretics of Dune, yes. Yeah, I mean, like, look, I gotta say, like the Honored Matre, they're fucking baddies. Like part of me wants to be a baddie like that, but like I don't know, maybe not really. I don't think I'd really be into evil doing, right? Old Apartment did that with DVDs. There's a little popcorn machine there too. Nice. OG Dune movies is what I put on to sleep to. Never. Oh wait, the OG Dune movie. Yeah. Okay, that's the one. It's over the first book, right? They do like it's. Never been able to get through falling asleep, but I got a little further into the plot each time. Oh, I see what you're saying. You never finish it, but you get a little further each time. Anyway, chat, we gotta get going. I do have the butterfly goal up right now. We're looking for 5 super chats of the teal variety. I think we figured that out to be $3 and some change. It's 100 Thai baht is essentially it, you know, pegs it to like the country that I'm staying in. So I'm already a baddie. I am. Oh my gosh, baddie status. I just want to become an immortal worm man and talk about politics slowly to command our attention. The Lynch film? Yeah, I think the Lynch film is what somebody was talking about, like watching to go to sleep to. The Jodorowsky, the Jodorowsky's the new one, right? Republicans are excited they have Andrew Cuomo to run as a Republican. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Wait, really? Is that what they're thinking? I heard a theory about Eric Adams changing his party affiliation to Republican. And the Republican that won the primaries dropping out or something. I don't know if they would be able to manage that. That one's, yeah, not a sure thing. But I thought that Andrew Cuomo was going to run as an independent. I mean, if he did, he does have those 13 credible sexual harassment charges against him. So maybe that would give him some Republican street cred. You are a baddie. Did you see that freeze frame when the stream dropped? That's a good thing. That's a good thing, right, chat? Because like, just like anybody else, just like Ethan Klein, I am prone to looking a bunch of different ways in the course of a video, and you know, like you take a random freeze frame, and you know, there's a decent chance of it looking really bad too. So I'm glad it looked bad in a good way. NCC bad confirmed a long time ago. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, that was a Twitch poll that first made me a heel. Trump should have Rudy run. Yeah, we could get Rudy in there again. Who else? Like what? Bloomberg, Giuliani. God, there's a lot of. It was a sexy freeze frame. Nice. Kidding, but Andrew Cuomo's sexual harassment allegations are right up there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just like just like Eric Adams's corruption was right up the Republicans' alley, right? And I mean, this is how they corrupt people, so you know, it could happen. It could happen. But like I was saying, chat, we got a couple goals here tonight to try to hit. The first one is the butterfly goal. That one happens if we get 5 super chats of, I think it's $3 and some change or more. And if that happens, I'll put the butterfly bunk in my hair, right? Or this one. We haven't done this one in a little while. Ooh, look at that. It's getting caught on my hair. But that's one of the goals we have. The other goal, of course, is the bonus content goal. Let me take a look at it now, because I have been edging you for quite an extraordinary amount of time, and we do need to get to the Ethan Klein stuff indeed. I'm hoping we can get to more than just the Ethan Klein stuff, right? Because we've got some bonus content here to vote on, right? So 76 of you have voted already. The poll is on YouTube. No comment check on YouTube. If you want to make your voice heard, you can even do it if you're watching on Twitch. You can even sneak over there, vote, and then come right back to Twitch. I'm not trying to tell you to change what platform you are watching me on. That's a very personal choice, and I want to be there for you on Twitch and on on YouTube, so you can have your choice. But yeah, if you want to make the vote happen, that has to be on YouTube. So sneak over there, make your voice heard, and then sneak back to Twitch, and we'll be good. So we got a number of things there. The number one vote getter so far is the Ethan Klein Vadim thing, which I did talk to Vadim earlier today. Not so much about like him and Ethan, but more about the situation with Ethan crashing out on Sean and Taylor, which is what we're about to talk about today. This is the content I'm going to give you for free, right? But if we hit the bonus goal, if we take that 50 and make it 100, then I'll also give you some bonus content. In addition to the free content, you also get some bonus content, right? So this thing goes up every time you do a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, which highly recommend, chat, because that's how we get weasels, right? You want to see people post weasels in chat. You want to see people get emotes and be able to post those in chat. That all relies on memberships, right? It used to be that I had, I don't know, 6 times more members on YouTube than I did on Twitch. Since then, the members have kind of fallen off, probably because we're doing this super chat, goal. And so people are choosing super chats instead, right? But also because YouTube or Twitch has really, they grown. We're growing on Twitch. We are growing on Twitch. More people are following me, more people are watching me, and more people are either subbing on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or gifting subs to others on Twitch to spread the love and spread the jellyfish. So at this point, we're kind of like in an equilibrium of weasels on YouTube and jellyfish on Twitch, right? And it's kind of interesting. I still have a much bigger audience on YouTube overall, but it's kind of amazing how Twitch is like at this point really like, they're challenging you, YouTube. They're challenging you for the crown, right? And they it's gone back, and the lead has gone back and forth recently between YouTube and Twitch. So if you want to be competitive, that's one way to support me through getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to others. That also makes this number go up, as does supporting me over on Throne. I am about, chat, at this point, like I think we're like we're more than 75% towards the goal of being able to pay for my my Thai language school. That's what's going to allow me to stay here in Thailand. That's what's going to allow me to stay out of the United States, more importantly, and also allow me to learn the language so that I can talk to people here, because there's really cool, really nice, and really interesting people here in Thailand. And my communication, chat, I don't know if I told you this yet, but I did have an instance in which somebody communicated with me in Thai, and I actually understood. So I get in the elevator, and like I live in a small place. Usually it's just me in the elevator. I hardly ever share an elevator with anyone else. But this time, like as I'm getting in the elevator, I see somebody coming. I hit the open, stay open button, and she gets in. And she gets in and she says the word pet to me. Now, chat, pet I think can mean spicy, but it also means 8, right? And I was pretty sure that was what she was saying, right? She was saying 8 to me. So I just wanted to confirm with her, and I was like, pet? And she kind of like shook her head and she hit the 8 button, right? She was trying to get me to press. Yeah, I correctly understood her saying hit the 8 button. I checked with her, and I think I must have like mispronounced it. Like maybe one way you pronounce it means spicy, and the other way that you pronounce it means 8, right? Like depending on the tone you use. And so she thought that I thought she said spicy. I think is what happened. Like she gets in, she says floor 8 please, and I'm like, spicy? And she's like, God damn it, she doesn't know Thai. Let me hit it myself. I do know Thai. I know a little bit. Pat? Yeah, Pat. Am I saying it wrong, JP? Pat. Pat is spicy. So I think she said Pat, and I repeated back to her pet, and she thought that I like misunderstood / just don't know the language very well. But I was ready to hit that button for her. That's what I thought she was saying. I just wanted to make sure, because, it'd be so silly if she said something else to me and I hit the button and I don't know. Yeah, so I know the word pet from a YouTuber named Mark Weens. Anybody out there? One in chat if you know who Mark Weens is. Anybody know Mark Weens? He's a pretty big food YouTuber, and he's kind of famous for a shirt that he wears and I think sells too. And it says, I believe the shirt says, "My pet, my gen." Right? I think that's what it says, right? Because I was like looking at it and I was actually able to. So I'm starting to learn the alphabet, right? I'm starting to be able to learn to read Thai. I was hitting on her. Well, I mean, it probably sounds like it could sound like that if I'm answering spicy. I'm like, ooh, spicy. Like, I don't know. Maybe she's used to that from. I mean, there is a certain reputation for tourists being, you know, horny on Maine or something like that. But no, I was just trying to figure out what she was saying. I was just trying to make sure that I understood her right. But yeah, his shirt says my pet, my gen. And what that means, right, is if it's not spicy, I'm not eating. If it's not spicy, I don't want to eat. Not spicy, not interested in eating, right? So that's where I kind of know the word. But yeah, apparently it's pet for spicy and pot. Oh yeah, pot. Oh yeah, now I remember. Yeah, that is pronounced. The vowel is different than. Wait, we're gonna do a little Thai language today. A little lesson here. Let me just get this. Spicy and Thai. All right, let me just get it in my head correctly.
Head.
Okay, spicy in Thai, and now, 8 in Thai.
Bad.
Oh, it does sound totally different. Bad. Yeah, so I repeated. I guess I repeated. She was trying to say 8 to me, and then I repeat back spicy to her, and she's like, I don't know what I'm not convinced you understand the language.
Head.
Okay, that's that tonality, and then
Bad.
Yeah, it's just kind of a long vowel there. Bad. Okay. Wait, what is the other word for 8?
จำนวน8
Samnun pat. That must mean 8 o'clock, maybe?
จำนวน8
Samnun pat. Yeah. Yeah, I also have there's certain vowels, chat, that are like long, and I don't think I'm pronouncing those right reliably. So spicy.
เผ็ด
Pat.
ฉุน
Or shun.
รสจัด
Rotchat.
รสจัด
Rotchat. Okay, so that's the other way to say spicy. Yeah, the main thing I'm focusing on is trying to be able to words that can be other words if you pronounce them incorrectly. I'm trying to get those down and pronounce those correctly, because I think that's the thing that's gonna, if not make it hard to understand me, at the very least make me the object of humor.
8
Bad.
Head.
Head. Head.
Head.
Head. Head. Okay, I think I got it now, chat. I think I got it. Yeah, so some people know about Mark Wiens, but yeah, he's let me see if I can find a picture of him. All right, here we go. Here's a great picture with his original shirt. I don't know what the new shirt says, but here, I'll go to this really quickly. Really? Oh, it's because I reloaded after the. All right, so this is Mark Wiens, and as you can see, my pet. My pet. My gen. So if you're reading if you're looking at the Thai letters here, it's confusing, right? Because that first letter that you see, it looks like a flagpole. That's not a consonant, and that's not the first thing you pronounce, right? Thai is interesting in that the vowels are all attached to a consonant, right? As in, pronounce the vowel after the consonant. I think for the most part. Wait, there's probably an exception to that, right? But sometimes the way that they're written is the vowel will be, or part of the vowel in this case, will be written before the consonant. But it's still consonant first, vowel second. So you see that second letter there is M. God, I wish I could tell you the name of it in Thai, right? But yeah, so that's an M, and then the vowel sound is I. So my. And then the second word is pet. So my pet, not spicy, or if it's not spicy, right? You don't always have to use like pronouns, and if the pronoun can be assumed in Thai, you can like leave it out, right? Like in Spanish, my pet, my yen, and so again, you got the same deal with the letter for M. And then the vowel, which the vowel is appearing to the left of that first consonant, right? It's the one that looks like that, right? That's the M sound, right? It's like here, and then and then the flagpole thing and the little dot above it says that you make a I sound. So my, yeah, my, and then the next one, we have another vowel with that little thing right down there. And the little symbol on top of the next letter, which is a consonant, the pet, and then the last consonant being T. So my pet, if it's not spicy, my gen, the little bird symbol, the little go guy, and then the letter for N right at the very end, which is the one that looks like that. Wait, it looks like that, right? Better than saying strawberry and calling her a liar. That's right. We learned that the other day. Don't worry, people love it when white people try to speak Thai here. Even though it's wrong, they will most likely understand. Anyway, chat, that's Mark Wiens, and he likes spicy. What can I say? He's a spicy kind of guy. He did a collab with Uncle Roger recently. He brought I'd be surprised if Uncle Roger's never been to Thailand, but it kind of sounded like it from the way that they were talking about, like it didn't sound like Uncle Roger had a lot of experience with Thai cuisine or Thai culture or Thailand. But yeah, Mark Wien lives in Thailand, and he was showing him like all these, like, you know, really wild recipes and stuff. Anyway, chat, what are we doing? We are trying to get to the content. All right, so like I was saying, this goes to 100, then we do one of these bonus topics. The bonus topic that's winning right now is, with 84 votes, is still Ethan Klein response to Vadim. Second place, we got Bernie on Rogan. Which, do you think I can get away? Uncle Roger is American, I think. Yeah, I just thought that, you know, because he's such a he's so pervasive when it comes to like culinary content. I'm just surprised that he wasn't familiar with the stuff that Mark was showing him. But anyway, yeah, we got Bernie on Rogan in second place. We got Jubilee in third place. Now this one's special, chat. This one's special because, like, I have not reacted to any Jubilees. And this includes Sam Cedar, this includes Jordan Peterson, this includes Ethan's Palestinian friend, right? They've all done Jubilees, right? If we did that, it would have to be on Twitch, though. So, you know, we'll move, if that one gets selected, we'll move over to Twitch to do it, because I can't do Jubilee on YouTube. But if that happens, chat, when I do the Jubilee content, it will be as a subathon, right? Which means that you can keep me on there for a little bit longer. As long as the subathon, as long as people keep on adding time to the clock, I'll stay on there and I'll do more and more Jubilees. But yeah, that's only if we end up picking that. That's in third place right now. Fourth place is Adam Friedland entering Stabby's world. So that's how that works. And again, the things that make this number go forward: super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you super chat, super sticker, get yourself a membership. If you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I'm trying to fund my I'm trying to fund my language classes, actually, so I can pronounce that stuff correctly the next time somebody asks me to press the 8th floor. Like, I won't say pet, I won't say spicy to them, I'll instead say pat, and they'll be like, yes, pat, that's what I'm asking for, is floor 8. Right? So yeah, and that's on Throne. And then or if you sign up for my my Patreon, or if you get yourself a sub on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you've got Prime, you can hook that up to your Twitch account, and then you'll get a free sub from the channel of your choice. If that happens to be my channel, then you'll get all the emotes and everything, which is pretty cool. You'll be able to post jellyfish and weasels, and they will, in fact, be animated, right? With that. Or if you gift subs on Twitch, or if you do bits, right? Any of these things make this number go forward. If the number gets to 100, I'll stay on here extra. I'll cover one of these topics, the topic of your choice. The other way you can affect the topic, right, in addition to voting in the poll, is that you can let me know when you donate which of these topics appeals to you, and I will put your money where your mouth is, and add it to the topic of your choice as a percentage, right? So that's another way that you can affect the outcome of the bonus content. I don't think my comments are showing up on YouTube, but Uncle Roger is Malaysian. He lives in the UK. He's like an Asian uncle. Oh my God. I don't know if I want to say that. You're saying he's like a Harriet Beecher Stowe character to a lot of non-Chinese Asian diasporas. I did not know that, Charlie Kelly, but thank you for letting me know. Yeah, what's up with Charlie Kelly's comments? Are these not showing up? Let me check really quick. I'll hit live chat. Oh yeah, this is a great time to remind you. It's a pretty even poll indeed. Yeah, I think so too, Zach. Yeah, Charlie, I don't know. Sometimes YouTube like shadow bans chatters. I've seen that happen before. Oh, that's really cool, JP. Yeah, if you want to hit me up on Discord or something, I would love to know more about the political goings-on in the country. Of course, I'm kind of limited in terms of my understanding, first of all, of Thai politics. So, I wouldn't feel super comfortable opining about that on stream. But I would love to know more. And of course, as you know, there's a lot going on in Thailand right now, and I can't say that I understand completely. So, love to get your takes, your opinions on current issues in the kingdom. Maybe I cuss too much? Maybe so. Yeah, we've had this happen before. Who all has gotten... Bad Lefty has gotten shadow banned on YouTube. AC, have you ever gotten shadow banned on YouTube? I feel like we've got a few chatters that's happened to. And it sucks because they don't know. For all they know, like, they're like, am I banned? Like, did I say something wrong? Or did the mods ban me? And look, the mods aren't, banning you capriciously. They it's possible for them to fuck up and hit the wrong button, especially in a short stream. But in general, they're pretty good. And if there's a problem, and you feel like you've been unfairly banned or something, just let me know and we will figure it out. Ever since you moved to Thailand, which was right around the time I found your stream, I literally like a day after, I have wanted to watch Broke Down Palace again. That's all I know about Thailand from the movie and the beach with Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, the other a point of reference people have a lot of times is the currently running show White Lotus. Chat, what is White Lotus? Is White Lotus on Netflix? 5 different chatters who were shadow banned on election night? Damn. Yeah, White Lotus. I haven't seen any of that yet. But yeah, that's where we're at. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll do one extra. I'll stay on a little later and do another topic. And of course, if we get to 200, I'll do 2 topics, etc., etc. Rinse and repeat. It's on Crave, okay. Or Paramount, maybe? Anyway, chat, we got to get going because I have edged you for long enough. There is so much going on in the world. I don't even know what's going on in Thailand. It's like trying to take a sip from a waterfall. True. There's actually a lot. There's a lot going on in the kingdom right now. The next day they were back like nothing. Damn. All right. So yeah, what we got right now to go to. So I've let you know, like, the way that the bonus content works. And of course, when you donate, make sure to let me know if you got one of these topics that you want to see win. And you can put a little extra, you can add a little bonus to that and help it get over the line if you want to. All right, so with that, chat, I think we are going to get into the content. Yes, it is time once again for content. It can all be personal news. I feel like I should just do like a Hassan thing. He always does that, like, this is my personal news, Hassan Hasanabi Piker, the news that happens between the time that I hit stop streaming on OBS and the time that I hit start streaming. And he just like confines. I think he gets through all of his personal news in like 5 minutes. I can't imagine that. But I need to do something like that so that we get to the, oh my God. It scared me, chat, because it took a second to load that. So yeah, there's Mark Weens. Oh yeah, I should probably mention, since the chatter just asked me, what is the best way to get a hold of me? Okay, so if you look at my YouTube channel, I've got an email listed, and it's just nocommentchick@gmail.com. It's very simple. Nocommentchick, same name as my channel on YouTube, at gmail.com, right? So that's probably the easiest, most surefire way to get a hold of me. You can also try getting a hold of me on Blue Sky or on Blue Sky or on Discord, right? I don't check my Discord friend requests that much, but if you're a member of the Discord, if you're a member of either Discord, either the main Discord or the members Discord, right? Weasel Cord. As long as you're a member of a Discord that I'm a member of, you will be able to send me messages. I think that should work, right? So I should see that, but I don't check my friend requests that often, and generally I get a lot of them, so I don't, I'm not in the practice of like, friending everyone. Please don't take that as a that like I'm ignoring you, or I just don't have a lot of time, right, is all. So Ethan Klein lawsuit just got worse. There we go.
Dude, this is an insane person, dude. He's crashing out and hasn't stopped at all. So it's like alarming that there are people who are fans of this sort of behavior. Speaking of people who lost their minds after having the slightest pushback on their Zionist way of viewing the world, Ethan Klein is apparently literally using the Donald Trump strategy of trying to bleed their opponents dry for everything they have to silence them. This is so insane, says Onion Person, because apparently he is looking to sue Sean the Black as well now. Like, it's so transparently a mechanism of bullying people through frivolous litigation. And even if the litigation doesn't go anywhere, which it won't, for the record, it doesn't matter, because the point is not to actually win the point is not to actually win any sort of like damages. The point is to damage the opposition by putting them under a mountain of paperwork that's incredibly costly. I assume that's part of the reason why he hasn't tried something like this with me, and he's just going after all these other people who are much smaller content creators who don't have the same financial freedom to be able to do so. So he basically said, oh, you guys said I was misogynistic. Well, guess what? I'm suing a black man now. and then turned around and apparently released this. He said, I understand my announcement that I'm going to sue Sean the Black was upsetting to some. Therefore, in an act of superhuman grace, I will make you this offer. If the Snark subreddit, Taylor Lorenz, and Cat 10 Barge all apologize for calling me a misogynist, I will consider dropping the lawsuit against Sean. This offer expires.
Chat, who's Cat? Sorry.
PM. I thought this was all about copyright litigation. What do you mean? So he's just dangling.
Who is Cat 10 Barge again?
Litigation against people, random people, because other people have heard.
I recognize that name. I just can't remember where from.
His feelings by correctly calling him a misogynist. How is this just legal extortion? This is like extortion through litigation. Yeah, this is the last thing I'll say about this, but Ethan Klein is using me to force accomplished women journalists to grovel to him is ironically exactly the misogyny he claims is inaccurate in this very post. He presents a false...
Somebody said this on Twitter, and I've made this comment too. There's something really Trumpian. You know the way that Trump intimidates people with like with lawsuits, and it's Trumpian, right? Especially the facet of this in which, look, a lot of these lawsuits, they're not good lawsuits. Like, they're not winners, right? If you're talking to a lawyer and you're like, I want to pursue this lawsuit and I need to win, the lawyer's probably going to tell you not to, because it's just not one that would win. However, if you're Ethan Klein and you're sitting on top of a pile of money, limitless money, and your target is somebody who is living the precarious lifestyle of a streamer, some streamers get a lot of ad revenue. Some streamers get a lot of, have like a lot of subs. Hassan has people like dropping like 100 subs, right? Just like it's nothing, right? But it's even when streamers have what looks like a fairly high income, you got to realize we are independent contractors for Twitch and for Alphabet, right? Depending on YouTube or Twitch, right? And as such, like, we don't get medical care or any of that covered. So it's even what I'm trying to say is that like even people like Shonda Black, and Denims who, you know, have like objectively higher numbers, than me, both in terms of concurrence of followers and of subs, even people like that, they're not actually as well off as you might think. And they definitely don't have the kind of fucking limitless, money that Ethan has. So it's essentially, you know, he's throwing paperwork and he's throwing, you know, stuff that's costly, right? So it's costly for them to fight the charges. Fight the lawsuits, and so that's why he's kind of counting on a lot of these people just settling, right? And you know, if you settle with him, he'll do something like make you apologize to him, or I don't know, something. He'll do something to like, you know, take your dignity away or something like that, right? It's really the goal that he has, is to like intimidate people into conceding to him, and then play that off as a W.
Choice. 1, grovel to him as he exerts the control he wants to feel over women. 2, deny him whatever gratification he gets from that narcissistic behavior, and subsequently be.
Couldn't all his victims get together and sue him? Look, maybe not the targets of his lawsuits as much could get together and sue him, but there are people out there that, I mean, like obviously Hassan's an example. I don't think Hassan wants to do a lawsuit against Ethan. I don't think that he, you know, and I can understand why, because a lawsuit like ties you up. A lawsuit, more than any, for somebody like Hassan who does have, you know, fairly limitless money, a lawsuit still sucks away a lot of your time. And this is a guy that, you know, is on like 8 to 12 hours a day. So, you know, that kind of limits him. But yeah, I do agree that certainly there must be people out there with the wherewithal to sue, and that if enough of them were to sue Ethan Klein, maybe he could get tied up in court too. Maybe he could. What chat wants, what I'm getting from chat, is that you want to see this man face at least some consequences of his actions. So I don't know whether we'll get to that or not. Anyone's guess. But yeah, I'm just as legally unsophisticated as you, Zach. Denham said that said it best when she said the lawsuit was written for public consumption. I think so too. I think that's mainly the reason, right? All he's doing is like, he's being like, you know, those femoids that you hate, you know, that Denims, that smug femoid Denims, and that Muslim femoid Frogan, and that and that stoner femoid Casey Tron. Well, I'm gonna cause them some pain. And his fucking, you know, every incel out there is like a what is it, like a sea lion, like or. They fucking love it. They fucking love it, right? That, yeah, it's for public consumption, but public consumption of a certain type of viewer, let's just say, the incel.
Be blamed by him for a smaller creator being sued. I reject this choice. F you, Ethan. And not even giving them the option for the women groveling to lose the other women from the lawsuit. Carefully crafted to only humiliate and inconvenience women. Amazing. Is it legal misusing litigation like this?
Avkov could do the funnest thing right now. Wait, what are you talking about, Rave? You like it? Like what? If he like reneges on the settlement, maybe?
Guys, I don't think you understand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he has a ton of money. Okay, until he is deprived.
Oh, I didn't see this. Columbia Rican. Yeah. Wow. That's damn. When Casey Tron mentioned that her father received the serving papers while he was waiting for his disability benefits, he went to Casey Tron crying. That broke me. That's awful. So from what I understand, I think Casey Tron supports her father, right? I think she's, you know, the breadwinner for the family, or at least, you know, is you know, helping him out financially, right? And the fact that he's like trying to get his disability benefits, which, you know, are difficult anyway, but under the Trump administration, probably even more so. And that instead of getting, you know, like the response of like, you know, here's your, you know, disability check, instead of that, it's like papers from Ethan's lawyer. Yeah, that is rough. That is really, that's, God, he does not deserve that. Most people don't even know who Casey Tron is. She's so stoned, she doesn't know who she is half of the time. Well, she manages to be funny. Look, there's other stoner streamers that are a lot more incoherent, let's just say, than Casey Tron, some of whom I have commented on in debates against them. But let's not mention who I'm talking about right now.
Of all of that money, he can just do this permanently.
What I'm trying to say is that for stoned streamers, Casey Tron is one of the more lucid and coherent, let's just say. So I've definitely run across some stoner streamers who are neither lucid nor coherent.
Okay, that's it. Like everyone, it's really interesting because like everyone understands that this is all completely ridiculous. Some people try to act as though there is a real purpose behind this. There's a real way to finally take down these copyright abusers, right? That's not the case. He's just using a patent troll method. He couldn't do this in any other court. That's why he had to go and get his video.
Wait, Ethan knows about her situation with her dad? Is that right?
Copyrighted ahead of time. YouTube just responded on Twitter to calls for people banning him. We really appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Mind reporting the channel and the official reporting tool if you haven't yet. No, this is just, and this is,
I mean, this is an auto response is what that is. Look, in general, if there's a human making a decision on something like, you know, people reporting Ethan's harassment, if there's a human in YouTube that is deciding on whether to act on that or not, they've also got somebody breathing down their ass about the amount of money that Ethan brings in. And sadly, that is the concern that tends to win out, right? Cav could just anonymously back some of the particular streamers. True. Somebody should talk to him.
Automated. This is not real. The chances of him actually succeeding in court are very little. You can file California bar complaints against this lawyer for vexatious litigation, I believe. Yeah, that's just a bot. You know what's really ironic about this? The initial copyright suits that he filed against Frogan.
Wait, Ethan's actions in this seem very Depp versus Heard and Baldoni versus Lively. I don't know much about either court case that you're talking about. I mean, obviously, I know who Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively and Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are, but I didn't follow the Depp versus Heard thing, and I definitely have not been paying any attention to Baldoni versus Lively. But I think I see what you're saying. You're saying it's for public consumption, right? A lot of what's done is to, like in Amber Heard's case, like ruin her reputation, like the whole dog shit thing, or like the whole shitting on the bed thing, right? He never really proved or had the intention of proving in court, and I don't know how you could prove, like, what, do a stool sample and a DNA test or something that Amber Heard took a shit on his pillow, but it's the kind of thing that sort of sticks in your mind. And a lot of people believe it because of that. And it's impossible to disprove as much as it's impossible to prove. It's also impossible to disprove. Her claim was that it was one of their dogs that took the shit. It does seem a little bit more likely than a human taking a shit. But just like, I don't know, after you get that, you know, so it gets memed and she gets called Amber Turd and, you know, all this shit, it sticks. It sticks much like a dog poop sticking to the sheets, right? And her reputation is basically ruined, right? She, at any time Amber Heard sticks her head up for anything, she's going to be like accused of pooping on a bed for the rest of her life, right? And that is definitely definitely applies like a chilling effect to anybody that wants to, you know, talk about abuse at the hands of a famous person. Hope Ethan's timeline is taken as seriously as Baldoni's was. Did Baldoni end up losing that? I never followed it. Yeah, also sticks onto the sheets. True. A grumpy. Did he said that? Yeah, that's right, Rave. Who calls it a grumpy? Well, how old is Johnny Depp? Like, what kind of fucking time period is he from where people grumpy? They call it a grumpy. It's a poop. How is it a? I'm sorry. It just blows my mind that he said she did a grumpy. He wasn't even staying in the house at the time. He was away and filming or something. Why would she poop in her own bed he wasn't going to be in? Yeah, a lot of it doesn't make sense. Amber Heard dealt with a lot of misogyny on social media, so people forgot that she actually lied a lot in that case. And I haven't forgotten, Dinette, and I'm not looking at this as a, either Amber Heard is good and Depp is bad, or Johnny Depp is good and Amber Heard is bad. I think that there's enough in that case to say that neither of these are people that I would want to have in my life. All right, let's just put it that way, right? They're not good people. That being said, Amber Heard did not deserve what she got, right?
Denims and Casey Tron, some of which are literally in the original work that he put out there, right, is basically because he doesn't like them and he doesn't like the way that they reacted to the work. Anything else he says about this is bullshit. It is a way to try and silence criticism. And under different circumstances, he would get hit with a he would get hit with an anti-slap, but he can't here because it's on federal courts.
Habitate07 says, I'd have a drink with Johnny Depp. Hey, you better hope that drink doesn't come with a free side of Rohypnol.
Over copyright. He's using the one most effective method to be able to sue people successfully, which is what patent trolls use. He's basically behaving like a patent troll to stop people from reacting to his videos, and not even to stop people from reacting to his videos, but just to, hurt financially the people that cannot undergo this incredibly long and incredibly costly process. It's just to bully them, because he's not doing this.
It's just to grumpy them.
To Asmongold. He's not doing this to XQC. It's not like their reaction was like tremendously better than, I don't know, Denims or Frogan, who was primarily featured in the work, by the way. For Frogan especially, she's literally slandered in this work that she's responding to.
That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, come on.
Paid? What? Yeah, I wish. 10 million? Man, I'd take 10 million for that.
Okay? And he's not doing it to me because, again, he can't get the same satisfaction. I'm a much larger content creator. I don't have the same, I have a lot of enemies for sure, so he can probably galvanize them. But I'm a much larger content creator that can put up a stronger opposition and can withstand litigation like this. These other content creators cannot. It's a very calculated move. But think about it. It's not like a earnest copyright litigation. And ironically enough, if this were to set some new standard, some new precedent for copyright in terms of React content on the internet, this would actually harm half snark commentary slop tubers themselves. And yet they're still willingly joining in on the battle because they hate the people that Ethan is bullying. They don't even realize that this
was exactly what I said. Yeah. And not just that, there's a special kind of hate, chat, that an incel has for a femoid on the internet, right? And we got our different varieties of femoids again. We got the smug femoid with Denims, right? Because Denims is smug because she's dealing in a social media atmosphere where you have to put on some fucking armor to go into battle, right? That's where Denims' smugness comes from, right? I've dealt with egos before, right? Demon Mama being the name that even people that with egos that outstrip their talent, like Demon Mama, right, being the name that comes to mind. And I don't get that from Denims. I don't get that Denims thinks that she is God's gift to the world, right? She's smug like that as a way to you know, it's like she can't if she shows emotion, if she lets things get to her, right, she will be mercilessly low-cowed, right? So, you know, that's where that comes from. Like, right, I don't think that she's smug out of like arrogance or narcissism or anything like that. It's not like a demon mama situation. That she's just acting the way that she has to deal with her career field, right? But then we got yeah, watch Asmongold, right? Denims is smug. Yeah, it's a massive double standard, massive. Yeah, Ethan is hella smug, right? But that's okay. That's okay. I outlived Demon Mama. Look, I don't know. Like she might be back. Who knows? Um she may be back. Um but yeah, we got Denims the smug femoid. We got Frogan the Muslim femoid, right? And then we got Casey Tron the stoned femoid, right? And so these it's like a little something for everyone. Every incel out there just, you know, they love to hate a different flavor of femoid. And Ethan has presented them with three options that it's like a boy band but for femoids, for girls. It's like a boy band but for girls, and instead of being loved, they're hated. Instead of being loved by Girly Pop Nation, they're hated by Incel Nation, right? And that's why Ethan picked these people, regardless of what he says, regardless of what kind of excuse he tries to give and say, no, these are they said that they were doing this to take views for me, or they got up during stream, or you know, they watched the whole thing, or whatever he's going to say as his excuse. Don't believe him. All right, do not believe him. I'm glad Ryan Reynolds made fun of who? Baldoni?
Might have negative consequences for themselves if it sets a new precedent for how content creation is done online. But I don't think it'll happen.
Oh, what is an incel says cavitate? It means involuntarily celibate. And it's an internet culture that has arisen in the digital age of men who are convinced that either it's usually because their looks, right? They get convinced that 80% of women will only have sex with the top 20% of men, and that since they are genetically they're dysgenic or whatever, they are not attractive, they are not appealing, they are not in that top 80% and can never be in that top 80%, usually because of their chin or some ridiculous, you know, ridiculous concern like that, right? That they are that they're incapable of ever, you know, being loved or being in a relationship or having sex, right? And so they get jealous and they get hateful and they focus on certain women that they're just looking to take it out on, like certain women on the internet, right? That's what an incel is. A lot of school shooters and you know, people that have done, you know, like kind of violent, you know, crimes turn out to be incels, or write about feeling like, you know, write out like their manifesto will contain like incel talking points.
Happen regardless. They already set precedent, and their own precedent will use to shut down H3 for their claim. I know, but it doesn't matter.
They don't seem to get that it's their personalities. That's the whole thing. That's the tragedy of incels, is that I swear to God, like fucking 95% of incels are not unfuckable. All right. And like, you know, unfuckable is a more extreme statement than I think people realize, right? People have a lot of different tastes, a lot of different things that people are attracted to. So the idea that somebody would just not be appealing in any way to any woman, that's got to be pretty rare. That's got to be pretty rare. Just learned the word, but it describes what Schadenfreude? Exactly. Their personalities are just so fucking grotesque and twisted. Yeah. And it's almost like they're so whereas when they decided that they were unfuckable and joined these online communities to reinforce the idea that 80% of men are undesirable by 80% of women or something like that, right? They're not they're not unfuckable at that point, but they join these communities and they start to get this into their head, and they start to develop like hatred towards women, and that actually does make them unfuckable. That makes them impossible to be around. And if you can't be around somebody, chat, you cannot fuck them, probably.
Because if that is a costly legal battle, ultimately, that costly legal battle is still a victory for Ethan because he was able to bully these people, and they're receiving death threats in the process. People are on them. All of these other.
Oh yeah, I saw this earlier. This is like they compare Frogan to what is that character from? I can't even remember the character on top, but then on the bottom it's the Pot of Greed is like a banned Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? Is it Yu-Gi-Oh or is it Magic the Gathering?
Like orbiters that suckle on the teat are salivating with like extra drama.
Cavitate says, I don't think I've ever met someone like this. You won't really, this isn't something that somebody would bring up to you offline, right? It's online. It's mostly online discourse. Like most incels probably know better than to, say this kind of stuff in real life. It's just like in their communities, right? They'll have these boards where they like, ContraPoints talked about this, right? Like on 4chan, I can't remember what board it was that a lot of incels use, but they'll literally upload pictures of themselves and be like, this is me, guys. No woman would ever want to fuck this. And then the other guys are like, yeah, you're right. You're really ugly. Yeah, you're a complete, right. They'll reinforce their sense of inadequacy on these boards.
And I go.
They're shut in also. I mean, there's, is it R9K? It was that was the one where if you post, you can't post each like if the content, if what you write in the post is the same as what anything else that's been posted on that board, you like automatically get banned.
Go through this back and forth where I'm like, should I not cover this at all? But also because I know that's what he wants. Ultimately, he wants attention. He's like a petulant child, a pathetic crybaby, a permanent victim, right? But also at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like if I don't give any attention to this with my platform, it's like, then I feel like I'm leaving these people defenseless. He has also admitted multiple times he wants to hurt you financially through them as if you were their legal guardian. No, I know.
So they all now have a GoFundMe. Okay. And I think it's so funny that now that they're competing against each other for defense dollars, and Smog the Dragon, aka Hassan Piker, the communist, socialist savior, he is not opening his wallet.
That's why he keeps saying like, oh, socialist, why won't he give these guys money? Trust me, if I offer support, you won't know about it. Okay? What I've done thus far, you will never hear about it. And it's I wish everyone would stop talking about him. The more orbiters on both sides talk about him, the angrier he gets. All talking about it does lead to more hate to them. I know, which is why I'm trying to play this balancing act here. How large a part of his content is it's his entire content. That's the only thing. No, he didn't add me to the lawsuit because he begged me to watch his video.
He won't watch the damn video. Don't let him get away with that, man. It's just pathetic.
I'm almost certain. A lot of people have suspected that Ethan never actually planned to sue people. No, he did. I think he wanted to sue me. I think he wanted to make the nuke, and then when I reacted to it, sue me. I think that was his grand design. But it failed spectacularly because I just didn't watch it. And he cried on camera and begged for me to watch it. And then when I ended up watching it months later, I watched it for 9 hours. So it'd be really, really stupid. This is why we need more leftists to get involved in the fight for free speech online. There are laws that can protect against this, but we need people to fight for them. It won't. There are
when he says he watched it for 9 hours, what he means is that he So look, there's no objective standard for what is and is not a transformative, transformation of content, right? Like in general, if you are criticizing something, if you are using it for educational purposes, I'm trying to think, there's a bunch of different standards, right? If the video that you produce could not be used as a substitute for the original video, right? These are all just like considerations on what is and is not transformative. In other words, what you can and can't get sued for in terms of copyright infringement. But it's not settled law. It's not settled precedent. And so, nobody knows exactly where a judge would draw the line on this. However, right, if somebody like Hassan watches a 1 hour and let's just say that Hassan watches like 45 minutes of Ethan's video, right? And he takes 9 hours to get through that. That means that for the 45 minutes of Ethan's video that he's shown, there's like, 8 hours and 15 minutes of Hassan talking. So if you wanted to use that as a substitute for Ethan's video, you'd have a tough time, right? You could watch Ethan's video in 1 hour and 45 minutes. You could watch Hassan's video in 1 hour and you don't even get through all of Ethan's video, right? That's what he means when he says that, like, he couldn't sue me because I took 9 hours to get through it. So we should be okay too.
Several clips of E saying that he's only suing them because he's richer than them and wants to punish them using the legal system. The judge would throw out the claim in a second, but this is about financially hurting the people he doesn't like, so the damage would still happen in the lead up. Yeah, that's it. Someone get legal on this? No big YouTuber will tackle this issue. I'm sorry, because they don't want to go after Ethan because he's a maniac. That's number one. And number two, I don't think they like any of the people Ethan is attacking anyway. You have to realize a lot of these guys, a lot of content creators are sharks. Only after the permission structure opens up for after some brave content creators actually come out and say something, big enough content creators come out and say something, not even myself, because again, I'm in the dangerous camp because I have political opinions that they don't, even if they agree, they don't want to like openly go out and defend, even if they literally agree. It's the same as the Cody Ko situation. It took like D'Angelo Wallace to come out and make a video for everyone else to fucking open up the floodgates. Legal YouTubers and free speech people are extra quiet. No, I think there's some legal YouTubers who have covered it, but they're like pro Ethan. Yeah, to cover this would mean talking on Israel-Palestine, which they are not equipped to do and want to fence it on. Exactly. So from a legal standpoint, he's right. Not necessarily. I don't even think he has, I don't even think these are lawsuits that he will win, for the record. Patent trolls, here's what patent trolls do, okay? Patent trolls will sit on a patent or like will make like minor changes to a patent and go to large corporations, not with the hopes of like actually winning a lawsuit, but with the hopes of settling out of court, okay? Ethan doesn't want to settle out of court because what could be the actual damages that he has incurred in this process that he could settle out of court with? Patent trolls are never the large company actually patent trolling smaller creators or smaller inventors. It's actually the opposite. It's people that just want to farm money off of large companies. And for many large companies, because copyright claims are fairly airtight, large companies would rather not go through the expensive paperwork that would be more costly to them. So they will just pay off the person and tell them to f off, right? Because that's significantly cheaper for them. But in this circumstance, you can't even tell Ethan to f by paying him because the amount that I suspect he's demanding from these content creators is insane, probably. And it's insane on purpose, because the goal here is not to actually reach a settlement. And I don't know why people don't recognize that. He does want to settle. He wants them to apologize and delete their videos. No, he wants money from them too. An impossible amount of money.
Elena RA says, I want a Jobbery video, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna wait for the whole incident to be over. Yeah, Jobbery's videos they go hard.
Rogan said he's asking for 150K. There you go. Do you think that's a valid claim? Do you think that Denims or Frogan or Casey Tron with their individual YouTube videos or even in their Twitch streams actually raised $150,000, stole $150,000 from Ethan? Do you think that that's what happened here? No, of course not.
In other words, do you think there's any like case to be made that the viewing that Denims gave his video or Casey Tron or Frogan, right, cost him, $150,000 in revenue, in ad money, right? And there's just no way. There's just no way. The idea that the people that would watch the people that watched Denim's video or Frogan's video or whoever's video are gonna, would have watched Ethan's video otherwise is ludicrous, right?
The reason why that price is so high is because settlement is impossible. 150K is the maximum allowed by law for copyright lawsuits. Jesus Christ. 150K is the max he can seek from them because the law dictates the max you can get in damages. This is not even a shakedown. This is not even extortion. I don't think you guys understand. This is just legal bullying. Okay? He wants these people to suffer, and he knows he can do that because he has money. He can't do it any other way. He can't do it the normal route. He can't just like constantly talk about, how shitty they are, because that gets boring after a while. So he's trying to jam them up with paperwork. And in defense of this insane lawsuit, he hopes that he can suffer and make content for himself in the process. Isn't there anti-slap in California? This is not in California courts. As far as I understand, I think this is literally at copyright claims happening at the federal courts. This is not like a California litigation. It's a federal lawsuit. That's why he actually copyrighted, like patented his YouTube video. Logan Paul is doing the same suit to CoffeeZilla. All this while snark subreddits and similar harassment just caused another creator to commit suicide. Yeah, I heard about that. The Fox Sanctuary woman. It's so sad. The legal
One of the grossest things that Ethan has done is trying to use the death of the content creator behind Save a Fox as like a cudgel against people for complaining about him on Reddit, right? And my understanding of that situation is it was not like a people are saying bad things about me on the internet sort of thing.
legal complaints are in California for Denims and Frogan. Wait, what do you mean? Call it for what it is. He's abusing the legal system the way stalkers do. No, that's precisely what he's doing. But in this circumstance, because the legal system is busted, because the legal system is fundamentally broken, if you have a lot of money, you can do this kind of thing. When you're depraved and you're manic and you're an insane person and you don't care about like wasting unlimited funds, especially considering that he does technically have virtually unlimited funds, you can be a vexatious litigant. It's like having a mentally ill stalker who has an unlimited amount of money and power. And not only does he have an unlimited amount of money and power, he also makes content off of this. So it turns into more.
I still don't understand completely what happened to Michaela, or like what it was, what was going on in her life when this happened. But yeah, I love the channel and Michaela's awesome, and that really sucks. And it just the fact that Ethan is using her death as like a talking point. kind of fucked up.
More money for him down the line. Given the way that our legal system works, given the way that our court system works, given the way that copyright works, there's really nothing you can do.
You saw some posts about her on the subreddit? What subreddit was it on? Yeah, I really don't know anything about the Michaela's situation.
Do about it other than hope that it goes away eventually. Just like cyber stalkers, we do not have an adequate measure against cyber stalking, and just like stalking in general, we don't have the best possible measures. So the only thing you can do about cyber stalking is basically hope that they just calm down, take medication, stop stalking you. There's really nothing else you can do about it. Even now, when I'm talking about this stuff, like there's still people chiming in to say like, oh, what are you afraid of us on? Like there's a couple foot soldiers here and there and orbiters here and there that will come in and say something snide, right? But there's 40,000 people in here. So obviously that doesn't do anything to me. And plus I eat this shit on a daily basis. This is not my first foray with like weirdo content creators in their communities. Oh, stop cry bullying your friends because your friends are having consequences beneath you. Like, see, this is what I mean. It's just like the point here is to be a nuisance, right? Then maybe don't be malicious and transformative. Then maybe be transformative and not malicious. Like they're just repeating stuff that they think sticks. If you're a smaller content creator and you have this kind of shit constantly in your chat, especially while you're also working through a immensely wealthy psychopath stalking you and actively using frivolous litigation to harm you. And then on top of that, their audience members, because he's a larger content creator than you, are coming in to constantly point at you and laugh. Like he wants these people to commit suicide. Like that's what it is. He is trying to actively stalk and harass these smaller content creators and jam them up with frivolous litigation that he has directed specifically to harass and intimidate them into submission with the hopes that they will commit suicide. And that's what his content is now. Okay? That's it. That is quite literally, this is Kiwi Farm shit. Like that is precisely what he's doing. There are entire communities on the scary, not often talked about side of the internet that engage in this kind of behavior. Yeah, I can't believe I'm talking about this because I saw Abby Martin,
You know, I happened to watch a Tyler video the other day. I haven't watched Tyler in a while, just because the Sunday Tyler thing, I kind of, like, I got sick of that and I checked out, right? And when I was, like, the last time I watched Tyler, it was fully into the conflict with Sunday, right? But, he made a good point about lol cows, right? The commentary community subsists on lol cows, right? Lol cows are the fuel, and when I say a lol cow, I mean somebody that if you knock on their glass, they'll freak the fuck out, right? If you poke their cage, they'll right, provide entertainment. Somebody that can be kind of baited into overreacting, right? So like Ethan Klein, right? Ethan Klein is actually the platonic ideal of a lol cow, right? So and that's what commentary subsists on. And from time to time, one person in the commentary community will actually go from being a farmer of the cows to being a cow themselves, right? Example, case in point, Bo Blacks, right? And they will farm their former friend for a while, right? But Tyler was commenting on the fact that the lol cows have dried up, the content has dried up. There's not as much, I mean, they're talking about pirate software, I think, this week, right? But in general, there hasn't been a lot for these guys to talk about, and they're all complaining that there's no drama, right? And Tyler's answer for like, yeah, you're wondering where the lol cows have gone, you're wondering where they are. Well, it turns out it's you. It's you, Nicholas Diorio, right? When you are deep throating Ethan Klein, when you are chasing that clout, when you're chasing those donos from the H3 community, pretending like his fucking unhinged crash out is not an unhinged crash out, right? Like they're not noticing that they actually are the lolcows, but because of the team sports of it, because if you're on, in the commentary community, it's kind of jammed down your throat. Ethan Klein good, Hassan bad, right? So you don't want to go against that and call Diorio out as the lolcow that he actually is. And so therefore your content dries up. It's your own fault for being cowards and being afraid of going after the larger, the larger commentary creators like Saint Nick, right? It's right. He's right there. He's right in front of your face. You could farm the fuck out of him. He's hilarious. He's an absolute clown. And yet you won't fucking do that, because doing that would mean that you are going against your de facto pro Hassan, right? Which you don't have to be. You don't have to be pro Hassan at all to notice the comedic aspects to Ethan's crash out. And yet they won't do it. They will not do it. So, they've created a problem for themselves. And until they figure out that they got a lolcow sitting right above them on the top tier of the commentary community, he's just waiting with open arms to get fucking farmed. Ethan is gonna have a liar tattooed on his cheeks by the end of the year. I don't like Booblax, but I hate. Oh God, yeah. I'm not sure about the pronouns, Booblax's pronouns either. Yeah, it was really nasty. And by that time, like, Boblox had done so much like transphobic shit that it's kind of hard for them to have like a, opinion. Yeah, the lolcow is calling from the inside the house. Exactly.
Important journalist going, everything I see from this guy is hateful and condescending, genuinely baffling. He has such a large audience. If you did the same thing as Ethan, right wing would be on your ass quicker than quicksand. Of course. But if I did the same thing as Ethan, I'd be a depraved sociopath and an immensely weak person.
Juicy.
Who thinks that he can make up for whatever sense of lost purpose he has in his own life by constantly engaging in this kind of ridiculous, quote unquote, drama that is ultimately very consequential for the people that are in the crosshairs. I don't have this level of hatred for anyone. I don't have this level of hatred for Ethan. I'd much rather have him be happy and just stop doing this. Like, what kind of freak derives enjoyment out of this? I don't understand. He'll only stop.
Michaela Rain's husband put out a statement on her death. She was dealing with online bullying campaign from people she knew, including people working at other animal sanctuaries. So was it like because Ethan's portraying this like it's a Reddit snark kind of situation, but everything that I've read about it says that it's not.
When he loses a good chunk of his money, I don't even think so. I think that the only way he stops is if people just like don't give a shit about it at all, and he is forced to find something else to do, like goofs and gaffs again, if he can ever even go back to that at all. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I mean. I mean, this is so insane. This is from Ethan Klein's lawsuit, which is supposed to be about copyright infringement. Apparently, he mentions me in all of these lawsuits like hundreds of times. In the wake of October 7th, Hassan emerged as a modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hassan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader of the Palestinian cause. Like,
chat, that's a Grand Mufti. You know about this? Like, this is a form of Holocaust denial. So a form of Holocaust denial that Netanyahu has engaged in before, where they try to say that Hitler wasn't like homicidally anti-Semitic until he talked to the Grand Mufti, the I guess would be like a person that the British government had empowered, and the character that Ethan is comparing Hassan to here convinced Hitler to do the final solution. Like Hitler was like, oh gee, I don't really have anything to do except for invade Poland and France and, you know, talk a bitch about degeneracy. And the Grand Mufti's like, I've got an idea. Have you ever tried anti-Semitism? And Hitler was like, anti-Semitism? Tell me more. Oh yeah, you just make up tropes about Jews and foment hatred against them. You know, you can get a pogrom going and you know, who knows, you know, sky's the limit. I don't know. This just fuck, it's the worst kind of, it's the grossest kind of historical revisionism you could imagine, right? And that's what Ethan is playing with right now. He's playing with fire, right? This like Grand Mufti caused Hitler to become anti-Semitic thing is actually like Holocaust revisionism, if not straight up Holocaust denial.
Al-Husseini, Hassan uses massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hassan and Al-Husseini is that Al-Husseini worked with the Nazis and advocated for the annihilation of Jews, while Hassan advocates for the annihilation of all Zionists. I do not. Since the vast majority...
Do you remember Ethan's lawyer? Ethan's lawyer was like a... Ethan's lawyer, I think, is a settler in the West Bank, right? And this guy's like, the way his mind works, right? The kind of logic that he is spinning is quite insane. Queeman's video on this was actually really good. The vitriol was fab. Queeman's video on what? This has on the Sean the Black and Taylor Lorenz.
Of Jews in the United States, they caring about Israel, and then he posted. They put the footage of this. Like this is under different circumstances. Like if Ethan wasn't who he was, and his targets weren't people that like all of the grossest losers online despise and enjoy making fun of and enjoy lolcowing and derive satisfaction from seeing them suffer. People would look at this and be like, this is the most schizophrenic thing I've ever read. What are you talking about? Like, this is the manifesto of a schizo stalker. This is the equivalent. But instead, when you have hundreds of millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars, you get to hire a lawyer to put...
Anybody can identify this fruit?
This in a legal filing. This is also partially the reason why
I couldn't get my
a lawyer said it's just
video to play.
To eat up time, so it will cost more for them. That could be the case. But I also think that this is ultimately such a silly lawsuit, like such a frivolous and stupid lawsuit, that any judge would look at this and be like, what the f is this shit? This is crazy. Especially considering that there are so many instances where he has, one, mentioned that, why do you say that? What do you mean? Why do I say that? It's pretty self-explanatory. Do you not understand? Lol de fafo. Oh, this is another person who's defending this insanely stupid thing that is most likely not going to go anywhere, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to go anywhere. This lawsuit is not about winning a serious award for some serious financial harm that came to Ethan Klein. That's not it at all. And I think pretty much every single person that is also advocating for this while cynically claiming that this is like a super brave thing that Ethan is doing and is a real game changer is doing so because they just hate Frogan, Casey Tron, and Denims. That's it. Why'd you unban them? Because I'm a freak. Every L3 defender on Reddit is also a sex pest and dick rider. We can stop pretending they're separate communities. I mean, I don't think they are, but it doesn't matter. If they win against him, they can get compensation from him for lawyer costs. Yeah, this is what E wants. Unlimited harassment. Asmongold calls out Casey Tron for attacking other streamers with lies. Predicts her life will only get worse after the lawsuits. Yeah, this is what it is. It's content for like literally the grossest scumbags on the planet. It's not even about winning a moral victory because he's openly saying he's doing it for nefarious reasons. That's the worst part of all his fans are just riding for being evil. I guess evil maxing. Yeah, it's that simple. They don't.
Taylor and Kat were on Olay and Chill to talk about misogyny. Taylor talked about all the suits that had been filed against her. Did she talk about this one? Also, when you say Taylor and Kat, are you talking about Kat Black?
Like Casey Tron. They don't like Frogan, okay? They have no principles. They don't care about the repercussions of such a lawsuit if there was any sort of serious victory here for Ethan and any sort of precedent that was set. And it is just to churn out content for some of the grossest scumbags who get off on hurting random content creators that they will never know, but they have identified as like enemies. And H3, just like any other big male streamer who enables harassment, will look at this and go, you brought this onto yourself, and I don't control my audience, while whining how Hassan didn't ban every chatter who called Ethan a genocide supporter. Oh yeah, that too. YouTuber Ethan Klein's latest lawsuit against Twitch streamer Casey Tron has brought on such an onslaught of hate comments and suicide wishes against her that she says
Tat 10 Barge is just before Ethan's threat. Wait, I keep on hearing that name. I keep on seeing that name everywhere, and I'm like, it sounds familiar, but I cannot Olay's video on Taylor Lorenz was before this lawsuit? Yeah. Wait, what chat, help me out. Where am I remembering Cat 10 Barge's name from? Or is it 10 Bar Gay?
honestly feels like people are trying to get me to kill myself. They're even taking bets via Robinhood on her committing suicide. The internet has made us so incredibly awful. It's made us so not human. I saw a lawyer that say he has a good chance because all three stated they're streaming it to have a place for people to watch it without supporting Ethan. Like, I feel like, especially
So chat, I talked before about like Denims being smug, and that like I get what people are saying there, but I interpret like that attitude in Denims in a whole different way. Denims has her guard up, is what she has, right? And she's not letting anything that anybody says about her make her emotional. I saw myself what happens when you get emotional online and you're involved in a drama with a larger male content creator, right? There was a point at which, during the whole Dylan thing, I was freaking out about my finances, like, right? Like I'd gone from making a decent amount of money every month, enough money to support myself, to making like almost nothing, right? Because like my subs were getting harassed, like my mods were, like everybody was getting harassed basically, like, and the solution was, you disassociate yourself from NCC and you stop getting harassed, right? And that's the, right. So I like freaked out and had a moment on stream where I was like, I don't know what's going to happen to me. Am I going to be like homeless? Like, am I going to be like, I don't care. I'm going to still keep fighting anyway. And, this like wannabe orbiter, cloned my setup, like, the way my stream looks, like tried to come up with a logo that looked like mine and all this stuff. And she came on to my stream, or she came on to she streamed to like, nobody, laughing about the prospect of me being homeless, right? And it's some pretty cruel shit. And she wouldn't have gotten away with it if there wasn't like an audience out there that was just there to see somebody do cruelty to me. So I mean, like, this shit is real. And the reason that Denims is the way that she is so that nobody can do that to her, right? Because as a woman, if you cry, if you show emotion, if you let anything that people are doing, if you let it be known that something somebody's doing is getting to you, they'll just see that as a weak point and they'll lock in on it, right? So that's yeah, it's pretty cruel out there.
Morgan is like, she's the primary.
Wait, she broke the Dobrik and Dom story. I remember having her having an exclusive with the Dobrik. Kat has been on the H3 podcast a long time ago, like as a crew member. Can't remember for sure, but I think it was about David Dobrik. Yeah, you're not allowed to defend yourself or become upset. That's why Denims is that way, right? It's not smugness, it's not arrogance, it's not narcissism. It is protection. It is armor.
Focus on the lawsuit. I mean, not the lawsuit. The primary focus on the content. Casey is the sole provider for her disabled parents. They were blue-collar workers and are now elderly and rely on her. They did not say that. Yeah, they did, unfortunately. Ethan has been tagging Robinhood, trying to get Robinhood mad at Reddit for letting people post about the bets. I went through a lot of negative replies to Casey Tron, and 90% of them are clearly right-wingers or Sex Pastini fans. No, I know. I think even stating intent, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a judge. And I'm not engaged in, people should tag Robinhood at to ask if they're aware that Reddit is saying they take bets on if someone will commit suicide. And saying that Reddit allows subreddits like FOMO to operate with impunity. 10K likes front page accusing Robinhood app. Dude, this is like...
Wait. What is he doing? Is he crying crocodile tears about Casey Tron being harassed? Does anybody understand this? Do I need to go to Twitter to look at this myself? I'll rewind it and see if I understand it this time.
Mad at Reddit for letting people, they were blue, especially for Morgan. It's like she's the primary focus in the lawsuit. I mean, not the lawsuit, the primary focus on the content. Casey's the sole provider for her disabled parents. They were blue collar workers and are now elderly and rely on her. They did not say that. Yeah, they did, unfortunately. Ethan has been tagging.
He did not say what? God damn it.
People to watch it without supporting Ethan. Like, I feel like, especially for Morgan, it's like not human. Side. The internet has made us, Casey Tron has brought on such an onslaught of hate comments and audience while whining how that they will never know, but they have identified as like enemies. NH3, just like any other big male streamer who enables harassment, will look at this and go, you brought this onto yourself, and I don't control my audience, while whining how Hassan didn't ban every chatter who called Ethan a genocide supporter. Oh yeah, that too. YouTuber Ethan Klein's latest lawsuit against Twitch streamer Casey Tron has brought on such an onslaught of hate comments and suicide wishes against her that she says honestly feels like people are trying to get me to kill myself. They're even taking bets via Robinhood on her committing suicide. The internet has made us so incredibly awful. It's made us so not human. I saw a lawyer that say he has a good chance because all three stated they're streaming it to have a place for people to watch it without supporting Ethan. Like, I feel like, especially for Morgan, it's like she's the primary focus in the lawsuit. I mean, not the lawsuit, the primary focus on the content. Casey's the sole provider for her disabled parents. They were blue collar workers and are now elderly and rely on her. They did not say that.
Chat, is Morgan Frogan's name? Right, yeah, because Frogan definitely was mentioned, was talked about quite a bit in Ethan's content nuke.
Yeah, they did, unfortunately. Ethan has been tagging Robinhood, trying to get Robinhood mad at Reddit for letting people post about the bets. I went through a lot of negative replies to Casey Tron, and 90% of them are clearly right-wingers or Sex Pastini fans. No, I know. I think even stating intent, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a judge. And I'm not engaged in, people should tag Robinhood at to ask if they're aware that Reddit is saying they take bets on if someone will commit.
And saying that Reddit allows subreddits like FOMO to operate with impunity. 10K likes. Front page post accusing Robinhood of taking... Oh, that's his angle. No, it's not crocodile tears at all, chat. Do you see what he's doing? He's trying to get, Robinhood to, like, sue the subreddit for slander or something? Accusing Robinhood of taking bets on if someone will commit suicide. Wow. So somebody posts this on FOMO, right? It's not FOMO taking bets on suicide or accusing someone of that or encouraging it, right? It's FOMO, somebody on FOMO pointing this out, right? That the onslaught of comments are, wishing, suicide on her. And then that they're even taking bets, that the haters are taking bets on via Robinhood on her committing suicide.
It's like people are trying to get me to kill myself. They're even taking bets. They did not say that. Yeah, they did, unfortunately. Ethan has been tagging Robinhood, trying to get Robinhood mad at Reddit for letting people post about the bets.
Does he even know that this isn't happening? Like, or is he just relying on, like, Robinhood wanting to defend their name?
I went through a lot of negative replies to Casey Tron, and 90% of them are clearly right-wingers or Sex Pastini fans. No, I know. I think even stating intent. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
From what I understand, there was a tweet from an incel saying haters should bet on Casey Tron ending her life on Robinhood. So it was just it was an idea, maybe not something that actually got implemented on Robinhood. Ethan's issue had to do with a FOMO. Yeah. He's trying to get Robinhood to, like, I don't know what, like, you know, file a lawsuit against Reddit. Never mind what is it called, chat? There's like a certain provision that says that platforms aren't responsible for what gets posted on, like, the platform. I can't remember what it's called, like Section 3 or something.
And I'm not a judge. And I'm not engaged in... People should tag Robinhood to ask if they're aware that Reddit is saying they take bets on if someone will commit suicide. And saying that Reddit allows subreddits like FOMO to operate with impunity. 10K likes front page accusing Robinhood app. Dude, this is an insane person, dude. This is not like... He is not mentally well. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. He's crashing out and hasn't stopped at all. So it's like alarming that there are people who are fans of this sort of behavior. I'm gonna unban this guy again. Like, it's not normal. Especially when he openly admitted that he wants to sue Shonda Black, and then turned around and hung over the head of two female journalists, who implied that Ethan Klein is misogynistic, for unleashing a torrent of misogynistic hate towards these three female content creators he was, like, suing maliciously, not for any real purpose. And then he's...
Let me check the poll again, since we're like 2/3 of the way done with this video. We got a poll that I'm doing on YouTube for bonus content. If you want some bonus content, it requires that number right now that's 50 out of 100 to get to 100 out of 100. The number goes up every time you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, thus bestowing weasels on other people, which is a good thing. As I always say, if you contribute to my throne or sign up for my Patreon. Oh my God, chat, I forgot to thank my Patreons. Let me do that really quick. All right. Thank you to my Patreons. Thank you to all of my Patreons. If you subscribe to me on Patreon at the $5 level or higher, I will read your name off, usually at the beginning and ending of each stream, unless I forget, like now. So let me do that now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K., to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Yeah, or if you get yourself a sub on Twitch, which you can do for free using a Twitch Prime sub. If you've got Prime, you can hook it up to Twitch and get yourself a free sub. If you do that on my channel, you will be able to post my emotes, which include the weasel that wiggles, the jellyfish that wiggles, everything wiggles, chat. Everything's animated over on Twitch. So, you know, that's, but yeah, that all of those things make the number go up. If it gets to 100 by the end of the stream, which we are quickly approaching, then I will, then I will stick around a little longer and cover a topic. What topic is winning right now? It looks like Ethan Klein responding to Vadim is in first place, with Bernie on Joe Rogan in second place, and the Jubilee subathon on Twitch in third place, and Adam Friedland and Stabby's World in fourth place. And the butterfly goal, let's see where we at. We got 1 hour and 15 minutes left on that. 1 hour and 15 minutes for you to make me put a butterfly in my hair. That happens if we get 5 teal super chats. So that's where we're at right now. About we're halfway to the butterfly goal and halfway to the bonus content goal. So if either of those sound appealing to you, this is your warning. We are closing in on the end of the stream here.
It's like, oh, I'll drop the lawsuit if they apologize. How much you want to bet? Even if they apologize, he won't drop that lawsuit. He'll just claim that it wasn't a sufficient apology.
So my understanding is that Taylor apologized, and who did he want? Cat is not on Twitter anymore. Let's look at this up. It's a good time as any to type in Ethan Klein. On Twitter. And see what we got. So, quote from Vadim. Okay, so yeah, there's the announcement. Ethan Klein is now adding extortion to his prolific I'm a human hunk of shit resume. Now, chat, I saw a lot of discourse about whether what Ethan is doing here is extortion. It's not legally considered extortion, right? It's not like he's not the legal requirements for this being extortion would be he's trying to procure something of value, I believe, right? So that's what so it's not like a legal extortion claim. However, when you say apologize to me or I will sue somebody, I will harm somebody, it is God, is there another word for this that's not like a legal term? It's not extortion, but it's something along the same lines. I don't want to say blackmail either, because I think that's also a legal term. What is the term for this, chat? But they're trying to, the Ethan fans, they're responding to this with asking Grok the legal definition of extortion. And since it doesn't fit this, they're saying, haha, game, set, match, right? But just because something's not extortion doesn't, legally speaking, doesn't mean it's not bad. How is suing someone for copyright infringement extortion? Throwing the words out? No. Saying you gotta apologize or else I'll do a bad thing to somebody to an innocent person. Oh my God, what is it called if you like lawfare, blackmail? No, there's like another word for this. Like, right, Chad, if an ultimatum, like if I kidnap your Furby and say that I'm gonna feed your Furby spam unless you do XYZ for me, right? What is that called? When there's like a threat, like there's a threat, vexatious litigation, threats by an asshole. No, but like it's like the thing, like if it's almost like ransom or something. Wait, what is the word for this though? What is the actual word for this, right? Like you're threatening to do something bad to someone if you don't get what you want. Isn't there a name for this that's like not extortion? Oh my gosh. Like chat, I think it does fit definition of extortion, but it's not like the legal one. Like you couldn't charge Ethan with like criminal extortion for this, right? But it is a type of what would be colloquially referred to as extortion. There's like another name for this. And I'm kind of like surprised. Coercion, blackmail. Yeah, it's kind of like, well, does blackmail have like a legal? I'm just trying, like, what I'm looking for is something that's not a legal term, because I don't think that what Ethan is doing is illegal, but I do think it's an asshole thing to do. I think it's highly unethical. I think it's a extortion. Maybe it's extortion. Yeah, I mean, I just like, I don't know, just I don't know if these are legal terms. I don't want to say that Ethan's doing something that's like a crime, if it doesn't fit the definition of the crime, which I don't think he's guilty of a crime here. I do think that he is doing something that is recognized like kind of universally as being a bad thing to do, though. Blackmail is a threat to reveal information. Okay, so it's not that. It is an ultimatum. No, you're right about that. I mean, it definitely falls under the rubric of an ultimate. It is an ultimatum, right? And it is coercive for sure, Emily French. Anyway, I'm not gonna let it bother me. Oh wait, I need to check on something really quick. Because I just heard a noise. Omega Star, thank you for the 25 for all the durians you can eat. Hey, well, this is gonna go to language school. I'm not gonna be able to spend this on this isn't gonna become some kind of a durian slush fund, but no, I will try to eat at least one more durian before the season is over. But thank you for contributing to my Thai visa / education fund. That's awesome.
Or something, because it's literally
Oh, wait,
about
I'm trying to. The other thing I've noticed is there are a lot more foot soldiers on Twitter now. Wait, are you woke? What the fuck is this? What am I looking at? Your metaphor suggests I've avoided the core of our discussion by focusing on my design limitations starting fresh each session. What the fuck? Is this a meme? Oh, they're asking Grok if it's woke. Okay, I guess. What the fuck is this spam? Oh, here's Cat 10 Barge. Cat 10 Barge is no longer on Twitter, but she wanted me to communicate this statement to everyone. So this is, yeah, Cat 10 Barge's response. I want to be clear that my piece never refers to Ethan Klein as a misogynist. It says the lawsuits have provoked. So wait, her piece have provoked a torrent of misogynistic abuse aimed at these women who were already frequent targets. So provoked misogynistic abuse were the latest a gift to the misogynistic cesspool of the internet, were a gift to misogynists, and are catnip for the misogynistic ecosystem in the Twitch community and beyond. So is catnip for misogynists, but it at no point was the claim made. Echoplex Media. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. Good to have you with us tonight. We are right now trying to figure out what another word for like extortion is that's not like a legal claim, because we're trying to figure out exactly what Ethan Klein is doing here. Yeah, we're back on Ethan again. Apparently he's added 2 new names to his list of women, or sorry, he's added 2 new names to the list of people that he's suing, and that is Taylor Lorenz and Sean the Black. And it's he's also offered that if what Taylor Lorenz, Kat Tenbarge, and the Snark subreddit apologizes for calling him a misogynist, that he will release his claim on Sean the Black. Intimidation? I mean, it definitely is that, yeah. No, you welcome, streamer. We love you. Thank you, Poo Poo Sama. This piece, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it sounds like. She's talking about like a article, right? Yeah, everybody go follow Echoplex Media if you're not already. Give them a look and give them a try, and I think you'll find they have a very chill stream, very fun place to hang out. But the whole idea, right, with this is mainly to add a man to the mix in the form of Sean the Black, so as to disprove the charge of misogyny, right? And the whole thing about the misogyny is he didn't just pick 3 women. He picked 3 women that have been the targets of online harassment, meaning that just like when you make a movie out of Minecraft, you have a built-in audience to see it, right? You know, it's a better bet to make a movie on Minecraft or on a superhero or something like that, something that already has a pre-existing audience, right? Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron, who are the women that Ethan is sued first, right? They all have a built-in hate audience, right? So if you do a piece of hate against Casey Tron, Denims, and Frogan, you're gonna have you've already started with an audience, right? You got that audience like sort of just built in, right? So that's where we're at. He just reinforces it when he offers to drop the suit against Sean if Kat Tenbarge and Taylor Lorenz apologize to him. And the totality, that's the thing that blows my mind. That's what makes me think that he's not gonna drop the suit. He is not gonna drop the suit. Oh, speaking of, I gotta fix this goal. We are up to 75% on the bonus goal, which means we are 25% from getting some bonus content. So if that's interesting to you, or if you want to see me put a butterfly in my hair, we are 5 super chats from the butterfly, and we are 25 away from the bonus content. He said he actually might not. Oh yeah, not that he will. I think it's really manipulative. Yeah, really for sure, right? So we got Kat Tenbarge here saying, so I didn't call him a misogynist. I said he lawsuits provoked a torrent of misogynistic abuse towards these women. I said it's the latest gift to the misogynistic cesspools of the internet. And I said that it's catnip for the misogynistic ecosystem in Twitch community and beyond, right? But Kat never said Ethan is a misogynist, right? So I'll apologize for something I didn't say if it saves someone else from being financially destroyed. But I think this latest move proves the point of everything I did say. Yeah, in the process of accusing you of something that you didn't say, he proves. Well, he also kind of proved what you didn't say, right? I don't know. I feel like he's not beating the allegations, you know, right? So yeah, and Taylor herself says here in response to Ethan's, you know, this is the original. I understand my announcement that I'm going to sue Sean the Black was upsetting to some. Therefore, in an act of superhuman grace, I will make you this offer. If the Snark subreddit, if the subreddit, how does a subreddit apologize? Anyway, Taylor Lorenz and Kat Tenbarge all apologize for calling me a misogynist. I will consider dropping the lawsuit against Sean. This offer expires Sunday at 11:59. So yeah, Taylor responds to this, Taylor Lorenz, Okay, bet. I'm ever so sorry for calling you a misogynist, Ethan. Now drop the lawsuit against Sean, who absolutely does not deserve it. So we got Taylor Lorenz and Kat Tenbarge on the record as apologizing, even though they don't really have anything to apologize for. Onion person says Ethan Klein is this Juniper's new? Oh, I'm not gonna ask that question, chat, because yeah, I think Juniper got banned by Elon, so we're gonna pretend this is not Juniper's account, even if it was. Ethan Klein is literally using the Donald Trump strategy. That's what I've been saying, to try to bleed your opponent dry of everything they have to silence them. This is and also to make them choose. Most people will choose the path of least resistance. So if you're putting up a lot of resistance, in other words, if you made it known that anybody who displeases Donald Trump in their news coverage, or anybody who displeases Ethan Klein in their content is getting sued, then yeah, you kind of, have a chilling effect towards that criticism, right? So the latest thing I'll say about this, the last thing, sorry, says Sean, I'll say about this, but Ethan Klein using me to force accomplished women journalists to grovel to him is ironically exactly the misogyny he claims is inaccurate in this very post. Wow. What is this? Oh, Casey Tron used is that the King of Nothing thumbnail? Nice. It's like Casey Tron's ahead of Denims and then Frogan. People are surprised by that. Wait, what is this? This must be the H3 Reddit responding to this. Need a horse race for this situation. Edit Frogan's in last place. Taking a week off. That's a bold move. Cotton. Oh my god, whatever. Taking a week off for job hunting, perhaps. Yeah, that's a pretty bold thing to say for somebody using their fucking real name on their Reddit profile. If that is indeed your real name. Matt Freyer. All these are so insane to me. I could barely get about 4,000 in donations for life-saving therapy a few years ago. Oh my god, so complaining that they have more clout than you do. Kind of amazing. All this money could have actually gone to help Palestinians. Shaking my head, what? But it went to 3 privileged, snobby motherfuckers. Oh my god. You guys have a weird... We're talking about Ethan Klein here. You're going to call them privileged? Like, look, chat, there's a huge privilege of being in the right place at the right time to make half-funny jokes about vaping and become a fucking... And get the fucking YouTube bag, right? There was a limited amount of time that could happen for, and Ethan was literally in the right place at the right time. You're going to talk about privilege? You're going to talk about privilege? Ethan fan? It's okay. I just got off the phone with Palestine and they said they were cool with it, but were they an orbiter approved Palestinian? Because that, oh my god, shut up. Yeah, and not a guy that got his family killed by Israel and that now is Israel's strongest soldier. That's what they're talking about when they say orbiter approved by orbiter approved Palestinian, right? That's the Can we get some bets going? Oh, gross. Who's going to raise the most? I feel like Denims might clinch it. She'd be a bit more relevant in this case, using her ultimate attack with being the first one to start a GoFundMe campaign. So she had a bit of a head start from the rest. She's been working out, has died off in the last few days. Now, Casey Tron, I thought she was toast from the get-go. She's been a meme since the day one, not really... Since day one, not really in Hassan's little group of social warriors. Is that what, are we calling them SJWs now? That's old school. But she popped her ult today by mentioning her disabled father, which was definitely a massive power move and shook the leaderboard. Does she have anything else up her sleeve, though? She tried another ult by saying that she might be pregnant, but the cooldown from the first one wasn't over yet. Way too early. Might have actually backfired. Now Frogan, she's the dark horse in the race. She's been under the radar, but holding strong. Plus, she's more of Hassan's Discord fan, got more of the Hascord fans backing her. Anyway, they're making video game jokes about this. Yeah, they're joking about her. Anyway. Okay, so here's Ethan responding to Taylor Lorenz's apology and Cat 10 Barges with sarcastic non-apologies will not be accepted. Snark, I need a mod to sticky a post with a heartfelt apology. Do this and I will tear up the complaint. I'm 100% serious. You are 100% a liar, sir. You are 100% a liar. Oh yeah, this was the Zoran post. All right, anyway, back to the video. Oh wait, let me read off something. Tay, I hope it turns around and screws Ethan, right? Somehow this turns around and screws Ethan. Yeah, it should. Yeah, there should be some consequences, right?
Enforcing power. It's about trying to have some kind of power over people. He will not actually fucking drop this lawsuit or even decide to even fill this lawsuit. This is not about this lawsuit at all. It's just about having
remember the idea of payola shakedown money from the mafia? I didn't know that was a mafia thing. I've only heard of payola. There was like a controversy in music where so you know, like popular songs tend to get played on the radio more, but getting played on the radio is the way that a song that's like unknown becomes popular in the first place, right? So there was a scandal where radio stations were getting paid money to put certain songs in rotation, and this was called payola. And this went on for a long time, even after the payola scandal was over. They had some other system where an independent contractor would work at the radio station and somehow take money. But maybe that might have been where payola came from. Like they might have called it that because it's like a mafia, similar to like a mafia thing.
having power over people, thinking that he has power over people. Why do people closest to him not get him help? Because the people closest to him either don't give a shit and are enjoying this, or they're paid to be there. They're paid to baby him. This is a powerless man who understands that he is no longer one of the primary leaders of this content creation sphere, and his relevance is waning, and his allies
Wait, is payola what made Peter Frampton popular?
are marginal. So he's deaf.
Isn't he the guy that sings with the he sings with the tube in his mouth that makes it's like he's speaking through his guitar kind of?
Desperate for any sort of support he can get, which is why he's relying on even grosser and grosser right-wing figures to build some sense of community, not realizing the long-term consequences that will have on his own psyche down the long run. His subscription count is going down. His revenue sources are going down. I suspect even Teddy Fresh is not doing well. And in that process, like one of the people that he tried to take down, me, he sees not experiencing these repercussions So he just changes priorities and he changes targets against people who he could at least harm financially for simply even defending themselves in this frivolous litigation. There's a video on TikTok with 3.4 million views of someone destroying a Teddy Fresh hoodie. Yeah. So this is his way of striking out and lashing out like a petulant child, like a spoiled little kid. And he wants to feel some kind of power. Guys, this is a safe space right now to openly say Teddy Fresh hasn't made a singular item that I can picture any actual human wearing in a non-ironic way, if that makes sense. Like, who genuinely is like waiting for the next drop? I'm being serious. Come out now or else. 220,000 likes. There it is. Ethan makes another story post saying Taylor and Kat's apologies. Okay, well. Ethan makes another post saying Taylor and Kat's apologies aren't good enough. They both gave you apologies. You don't get to dictate the language they use. That's not how that works. You don't have to accept it, but then the burden's on you. Ethan will never back down. He just wants to who wants him to grovel. He's a sick abuser, and frankly, he lives watching this happen to other women and posting bikini pics on the same vacation as your husband and harassing other women is on some sick. Give it a rest, man, and just get it back to Twitter. Get back on Twitter at this point. If you're using it by proxy in your subreddits, it's weird to not research things yourself. Sarcastic non-apologies will not be accepted. Snark, I need a mod to sticky a post with a heartfelt apology. Like, dude, how pathetic do you have to be? How pathetic of a person are you where you're like, meh. This subreddit that doesn't like me needs to also say, this subreddit also needs to apologize to me, but do it in a way where I feel good about it. What can be done to remedy this type of situation? Not much. Unfortunately, the best thing you can do is just like avoid it, hope it goes away, or collective action. That's the other thing. Like if enough people, if enough content creators got together, like back in the day when content creators did some, there was like a sense of community, right? There was a sense of community and people would just like kind of handle it. They'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? People would get like,
this is what I always talk about, right? I feel so validated. Like this is all this shit is a little bit wild, right? Because like I grew up on a YouTube that was kind of the Wild West. It was kind of, unhinged. I mean, there was a lot, I can remember seeing shit pop off in the algorithm that was like a fucking documentary about Hitler that's glazing Hitler, like shit like that, right? Because it's like, well, that gets attention, that's got a lot of engagement with it, right? So it used to be that like that means that it does well in the algorithm. They kind of changed things since then, right? So it wasn't great, but there was a community of YouTube creators, and there were certain rules that you didn't mess with. Like in general, you don't mess with somebody's bag, you don't mess with somebody's income, and you definitely don't abuse the copyright system, because we can all do, especially in the commentary community, everybody is reacting to everybody, and it's kind of like if one person starts getting nuked, everybody's getting nuked, right? And we don't want that. We want this to be a viable, vocation. This is what I love to do, right? But when people start, when people don't know the limits, then it becomes impossible for all of us. So like there would, and when a big content creator started doing shit like that, everybody would get together to take them down, right? You didn't get away with this shit back in the day. You do get away with it now, and Ethan is getting away with it now specifically because of the targets that he's chosen, right? They're like, oh, that's that smug femoid? Yeah, I don't like her. Muslim femoid? Yeah, I don't like her. Stoner femoid? Yeah, I don't like her, right? And that's the story is over. Nobody's ever considering that this is something, this is a precedent that you might not want to set, right? That somebody can like copyright a fucking video with the Library of Congress and then just like run roughshod over them legally, right? And it is kind of wild that you're not seeing the YouTube community like kind of get together to put this shit down, or at the very least make this make Ethan's comment sections very one-sided and very negative. Sticky a post with comments left on so we can make I'll post sticky a post with comments left on. Oh wait, on what? On Blue Sky? Oh, yeah, Hassan's going to talk about that. If he hasn't mentioned that already, he's about to. Here, let me.
People would get yelled at quite a bit by large content creators. There was definitely a little bit of like a social.
I think part of it is that Ethan has reached from one platform to harm people on other platforms. Yeah.
Pressure, right? There was definitely a little bit of a social pressure that was created. To be clear, my boy Ethan's move is 100% bad faith. How do you justify watching Ethan in bad faith is my point. What? This is what it used to, this is like
what?
Under different circumstances back in the day, when shit like this happened online, other content creators would be like, this is unacceptable. Like, even if it was a known bad content creator, there were certain things, there were certain lines you didn't cross, like going after their advertisers, right? A lot of people who, under different circumstances, would say,
and look, that moral consistency is the reason that I have more respect for a, you know, shit-eating content creator like Chudlogic or Quimon than I do for an absolute, you know, clown like Nicholas Diorio, right? For some, like, you know, again, Quimon and Chud, absolutely reprehensible people, absolutely reprehensible perspectives, but they are not carrying water for Ethan Klein. They are calling his shit out as the unhinged crash out that it is, not because they like Hassan or disagree with Ethan on Israel-Palestine, because they don't, but specifically, you know, because they have like more of the old school YouTuber values, in spite of being, you know, Chuds, like literally in Chud's case. And oh my God, I feel like Quimon's actually even worse. Like, I'm just like, I don't think I'd ever heard of a Jewish groiper until I heard that Quimon was a Nick Fuentes fan. That's just kind of wild.
no, I don't like this content creator, but I don't think you should go after their advertisers. Like this kind of here's the base take. He should have sued a lot of them, Asmongold and XQC. No, because then he wouldn't be able to get support from them. You already admitted it's bad faith. Like Leafy is here, or there are numerous examples of people that were just like cast aside as pariahs. But nowadays, a lot of the people that do speak out about this, a lot of people that do speak out about this kind of stuff are actually some of the most awful people, right? It's Keemstar orbiters that rely on this constant cycle of toxicity. So even the good side of commentary YouTube just basically stays quiet. And a lot of the big content creators try to stay away from this drama because they don't want this kind of toxicity to come their way, which is understandable. Nobody wants this kind of a psychopath up their asshole all the time. But that's the problem. The less people push back against people like this, or even Asmongold, for example, for saying a whole bunch of insane things that actually make this space that we occupy a less safe space for a lot of our fans that are trans or have undocumented family members or themselves are undocumented or not white. You know what I mean? Like, when none of us push back against these large content creators, and all of the big content creators that normally understand that this kind of thing is completely unacceptable, or even what Asmongold is doing is completely unacceptable, keeps silent, the only voices you hear create a new permission structure that make it seem as though everyone actually has this point of view. Everyone actually agrees with Ethan, because the only people that I hear from are people who agree with Ethan, right? Or the only people that I hear from are people who agree with Asmon. And anyone who speaks out against Asmon is the recipient of an endless torrent of hate. I try to explain to people that this, like content creators, that this kind of silence in this circumstance unironically creates a less safe environment for everyone, including themselves, because these guys will eventually move on and will go after someone else. And eventually it'll be someone that you love, right? Or even if it's like Asmon and Ethan, I bracket off in different ways. Like Asmon is just right-wing reaction.
So chat, what Hassan is describing is something that I would call a broken stair. Is everybody familiar with this terminology? Right. So imagine you live in a house or a place, right? And um, one of the stairs is broken, and the people that live there have learned to skip that step. Every time they walk up, every time they walk down, they don't step on that step because that step is broken. And people have gotten hurt. And maybe some of them got hurt initially until they recognized, okay, the seventh step is, don't step on that one, right? So Ethan is a broken step, right? He's a content creator that if you get his attention, he will try to ruin your life, right? He will hurt you. And people in the space, the larger content creators that Hassan is describing, have learned to just not acknowledge him, not answer him, not pay attention to him, right? As a way of avoiding that broken stair. But somebody coming into it and not understanding, and just making a video, like seeing Ethan say something and be like, well, that's not right. That doesn't seem right. I disagree with that, right? Usually it's a YouTube. You can do that. You see a video, you disagree with it, you make a video saying this is what they say and this is what I say. I think they're wrong for this, and this reason. Here's my argument, all right? And then maybe they make a video back, maybe they don't. Most of the time they don't, right? And that's normal. But Ethan is the fucking broken stair that if you even fucking, imply that he's doing anything wrong, he might focus on you and he might never stop. So, that produces effectively a chilling effect. And look, if you are, a larger content creator and you just don't want to deal with his shit, and so you ignore him, that is fine until the day that he is fucking with your friends. And then you are there hoping, like, why will nobody say anything? Why is nobody calling this out, right? So this is why, even though it's hard, even though it's dangerous, and even though you might not want to, you gotta have at least the moral consistency, like at least, and the fact that Chud and Quimon actually have this iota of moral consistency, whereas so much of the commentary community, so many of the slop tubers, so many of the Willie Max, the Nicholas Diarios, etc., do not have any moral consistency is kind of disturbing, right? And they can't keep getting away with that. Can a class action suit be brought against Ethan? I can't really say. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know for sure. I don't know how class action works, but I mean, you'd hope, right?
Reactionary and is just doing reactionary right-wing propaganda. Ethan is doing frivolous lawsuits and litigation in a way that actually is like very harmful to the space in a different way, right? He also does engage in
mods. Can we just really quick check mods on YouTube? All right, Charlie Kelly, is Charlie Kelly's account? Did Charlie Kelly like get banned by chance? I'm trying to just make sure. Like, I think that what happened is maybe like YouTube has like shadow banned this chatter or something like that. But they said they were in YouTube chat earlier, and I guess couldn't get anybody's attention. I didn't see them, so that makes it sound like they're either banned, via the hide user from chat function, or they are, or YouTube has like, didn't like something that they said and shadow banned them. I'm trying to figure out though, because if it's the former, then we need to fix that somehow.
Some reactionary tendencies as well, but like overall they're making a more toxic environment. When content creators are afraid of being involved in this because they see this as like toxic drama, they don't realize. But
Snark Sub has been wondering why so few videos have been made about him by bigger creators. Exactly. I personally want to see Swoop do a doc. Oh, that would be so sick. That would be so sick.
They end up creating a permission structure for this kind of attitude to persist, and that's it. And it just keeps growing. It won't go anywhere unless people push back. So what are we waiting for? What are larger content creators waiting for? For someone to themselves after this endless torrent of hatred, only then will they turn around and say, oh, how could this have happened? How sad, you know? So they...
It's too bad YouTube doesn't have the tools that Twitch does, because like on Twitch, like I can just click on a user's name and look at their chat history and know immediately, you know, did they get banned for something? You know, what were they saying? Was it a misunderstanding? You know, did like it's but unfortunately, yeah, YouTube doesn't have that, and they don't even have like a way, like in order to like unban somebody, I've got to either see their name on a chat, which wouldn't exist if they're banned, right? You know, they can't chat, so like I can't see their name, or I'd have to see it somehow in my, oh my god, the back end on YouTube as far as bans go is horrible. It shows me, I think like the top, I think it's like it shows me like 100 names, 100 random names of people who have been banned in the channel, and then if I say more, it'll show me like 100 more, but like that's it. And so it's almost like roll of the dice, right? You know, does your name come up in the 200 out of however many thousand of people that are banned? It just does. It seems like it's not made for, you know, channels that have got to ban a lot of people, which I would assume that most channels do. Love leaving mod comments. The only perk of being a mod. Those mod comments can be very, very useful, right? Those mod comments can be very, very useful, right? Especially, I can think of one time in particular where a mod comment was very useful.
You can, in the aftermath, when the dust is settled, when it's actually appropriate for you to be able to say something, when it's no longer considered toxic for you to say something, will you then turn around and go, oh, who could have?
Yeah, Charlie, when's the last time that you successfully chatted in YouTube chat? Maybe we can figure out.
Seen this. Keemstar didn't stop with Etika, and I suspect Ethan won't stop either. You and Asmin should stream, talk a bit instead of reacting to clips of one another. Oh, I have. I've asked. He avoids me like the plague. Don't worry. That day will come.
Damn. Okay. All right. So we're close to the end of the stream here.
There's also like another.
Oh my god.
Dude, this is like.
I'm realizing that I've got a lot of stuff that I wanted to talk about that maybe we didn't get through today. There's a lot going on with Zoran. There's obviously a lot going on with Trump. Wait, what is this? Ethan's pathetic response to Zoran winning?
Pathetic. Petty. Vindictive. Loser.
Did we watch this?
This kind of negative energy can't go on, okay? It can't. I know he's about to go on Jem Psaki on MSNBC. Maybe I've heard it too much, but like, come on, hit him with a little bit of the whole like a lot of this stuff, a lot of these issues, right? Like these hysterics that we're exhibiting in terms of like, oh, I'm a small.
Oh, is there a way to control F? Yeah, but it only finds it if it's like, basically there's 200, it'll show me a maximum of like 200 banned users, right? And if their name doesn't appear in that list, then it's just like I've got no way to unban them. I don't remember, mostly just been listening to the stream only for the last week.
All Jewish being, and I'm afraid of this guy because he's Muslim, right? Like when I hear that, I know what that is. I know what you're doing, okay? And I want other people to know what they're doing too. That's just racism, okay? That's just racism masquerading as like as a sincere critique because you have real fears. Like, why am I supposed to entertain this? Okay? What do you mean? What do you mean you're afraid of Zoran Mamdani being mayor of...
Only been seeing Charlie in Twitch chat for like a week or two. No, Charlie's talking about something that happened in YouTube chat. Or the it's YouTube that Charlie's having trouble with, not
New
Twitch.
York. You're just a racist piece of.
I know you were working to expand your coalition because you are being very careful, which you are running in a general election, and I understand that. So I want to ask you about one aspect of that, because you're running to be the mayor of the city with the largest population of Jewish people outside of Israel and the world. And at a time, which I know you know because you've addressed this before, when there's been a significant uptick in anti-Semitic rhetoric and hate crimes against Jews, it's very scary to be a Jewish American right now. And you've been criticized by a number of Jewish leaders, as well as the U.S. Holocaust Museum, for your...
Well, Charlie, try chatting in another channel on YouTube sometime. If you go in another stream, just see if your chats aren't being answered there. That probably means that you got, that YouTube is shadow banning you. If they are answered there, then, maybe there was a ban.
Your defense of the phrase globalize the intifada.
Yeah, this is a pretty gross line of inquiry that she's going on. It's anti-Semitic. Honestly, Jen Psaki is being like low-key anti-Semitic with this assumption of the connection between, the Jewish people, like all Jewish people, and a rogue pariah state like Israel that a lot of Jewish people, especially Jewish people in the U.S., especially Jewish people in New York City, do not agree with or approve of, right? So, yeah, this is...
Last night in your speech, you alluded, so I know this is on your mind, you alluded to concerns from the Jewish community, even vowing to reach further to understand their perspectives of those whom you disagree. So for Jewish New Yorkers, I mean, this is sort of the first day. The race hasn't been called, but you did give a speech last night claiming victory, and your opponent did concede.
Every single
for Jewish voters
fucking interview,
who are watching right now,
single
who are
fucking
scared,
interview.
who
I'm
aren't
done.
sure if you can effectively represent them, what's your message to them tonight?
My message is that I am looking to lead this entire city, to represent each and every New Yorker. And that representation is not contingent on whether or not someone votes for me or someone agrees with me. Because the responsibility of a leader is to reach out to all 8.5 million people who call the city their home.
Constantly asking this dude, constantly asking the Muslim mayor, who's very clearly not an anti-Semite, like, to entertain the hysterics of, like, Israel supporters, not even like Jewish voters in general, which very clearly voted for him, but just like Israel supporters,
he now locks
and their psychotic hysterics born out of racism is so annoying. Here, this is Crank T. Nelson's take, and it's perfect. This guy says, well, it was a pretty good 100-year run for Jews in New York City. It's probably time to start making a plan on where to go next. Crank T. Nelson says, this is just racism. You don't need to be compassionate about this. You don't need to try to understand. It's very simple to understand. These people are foaming at the mouth racists who think they can cloak it in self-victimization. Sorry, pal. Sell it.
Oh, yeah. BCat, it's different than a block, right? It's different than a block. When you're like a YouTube channel, you like blocking just means like I don't see them in chat. They could still be in, I think, my chat. Even if they're blocked, right? You would see them. I just wouldn't see them if they were blocked. But the ban list, I think, is separate.
Somewhere else. It's so crazy. That's all this is. It is a racist framework that utilizes pre-existing real marginalization. Okay? That's what it is. A real form of marginalization that has no systematic marginalization in contemporary society.
So here's the deal. We'll finish this video. We're at 75 out of 100. If we get to 100 by the time this video is over, I'll stick around and watch some bonus content with you. If not, we'll do like the subathon, for instance, some other time, I guess, because I do want to react to those Jubilee videos, and I'll probably do it in the next few days. The other thing is the butterfly goal. How long do we have left of that to put a butterfly? 25 minutes. If we get 5 super chats of the teal or greater variety, then I will put a butterfly in my hair. So that's where we're at right now. Let's just
society. Like, anti-Semitism is not a...
And I'll probably cover some more of the Zoran stuff tomorrow.
Systematic form of oppression. okay, in the way that like anti-blackness is in contemporary society. There were parts throughout American history where it certainly was. It's not the same any longer because Islamophobia has so much institutional prominence and can masquerade as though it's like totally an act of self-defense from another marginalized group, okay? Because Islamophobia does have systematic consequences, okay? Unlike anti-Semitism, which is not enforced at the level of systematic marginalization. You can just get away with being unimaginably Islamophobic while partially making it seem as though you're actually simply talking about like Jewish self-preservation. It's so annoying, and it's not. It sucks because
Oh, I need a lot of time to go through them, especially because of shorts. No, it's not even that. Like, there's just like I can only see like a finite number of banned chatters at any given time, right? So it's not even that there's a list and it's incredibly long. It's there's a list and it's finite and it's not comprehensive. So when I bring up like the list of banned users in YouTube, it will only show me a random selection of like, I don't know, 200 people at once. I can search that list, right? But I can't search the entirety of the banned users. It's just like they, the you know, I guess it's lazy coding or something. I don't know.
he is, again, brown and Muslim. So he is not the person who can just like dissect this conversation, because if he were to return it, if he were to hit return to sender on this and be like, you're talking about this in the way, like if he were to use the words that I just used, it would be a nuclear bomb. Okay. It's just so annoying. It's an accepted bigotry in the same ways that anti-Semitism was in the 1900s. Exactly.
Basically.
100%.
Yeah. People look, there's Disney cartoons of a wandering, let me see if I can find this. It's a wandering, like a merchant guy, like a traveling salesman, and he is drawn as a wolf. Anti-Semitic wolf Looney Tunes. Let's see if I can find this. There it is. This is exactly. All right, so look, I think this was like, oh, here we go. Oh my God. Yeah, there's another picture that's comparing it to actual Nazi propaganda. I won't show you the Nazi propaganda. How about that? I'll show you the way that Looney Tunes drew the character in 1932 versus the way the cartoon appeared in 1948 after World War II. And I think this is pretty illustrative. This is from Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Open image, a new tab. There we go. All right, so take a look at this, chat. 1932, this guy on the left was not only an acceptable caricature of Jewish people to put in a Looney Tunes cartoon. I think it was Looney Tunes if it wasn't Disney. Wait, I gotta make sure. Let me make sure I'm not blaming the wrong company. Yeah, Disney. Sorry, this is Disney. This is not Looney Tunes. Apologies to Warner Brothers. This is Disney, right? So this was actually how people looked at Jewish people. And the reason they're able to turn this character in 1948 into a wolf is because he is acting in a predatory way. This is how Jewish people were portrayed in 1932. It was uncontroversial. And if you asked the average person, they would say this is accurate to how Jewish people are, right? It was believed. It just as like the Islamophobia tropes are believed, right? If you ask people how Muslim people are, they'll give you a list of characteristics that, that they like take for granted as being, this is not actually true, right? This is not racism. This is just the reality, right? So they essentially internalize a kind of race realism. But yeah, really gross stuff. This was acceptable in 1932. In 1948, they wanted to still have the cartoon, so they redrew this character as the big bad wolf, right? And that shows you, if you can slot a role that was meant for a traveling Jewish salesman, if you can slot that role, if you can slot the big bad wolf into that role, you can see how Jews were thought of at the time, right?
Which, you know, adds to the irony of it all. It's just, I mean, that's what it is. It's like, I only see this.
Popeye was Jewish? I didn't know that.
I only see this from the same framework as just like a person who is very, like, look at this, dude. Marjorie Taylor Greene, this hits hard.
Yeah, even the wolf version is still it's still got a lot of those anti-Semitic tropes in it.
People have gone absolutely nutty mode with this. Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene. There is no way that you can like logic people too. You just have to be like, dude, shut the up. It's also annoying because people people try to couch it as like
black people were portrayed very badly too. Oh yeah.
Like reason, logic. Look, it's not fear of Islam. It's fear of radical Islam. And that's entirely rational. That said, it's not always clear where the line is. For example, the new likely mayor of New York City is just a supporter of Islam or of radical Islam. No, dude, you're just a racist piece of shit, okay? Yeah, someone goes, there is no moderate form. Probably because they literally make their women second-class citizens. Is that not bigotry? Dog, you are replying to Marjorie Taylor Greene. What do you mean? Probably because they make their women second-class citizens. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene that's doing that in America. Sad, it should be third most at best. How is that photo Islamophobic in air quotes? So you don't know that is how women have to dress in those countries? That's weird. Oh my God. I mean, we can't win the hearts and minds of these dipshits, for the record. That's not a thing you can do. But it is annoying how much these guys, it is fucking so annoying how much these guys get play on Twitter, especially. Paired up with the fact that like there are a lot of people who also lightly agree with this kind of thing, even if they don't openly entertain it. Islamophobia is the new anti-Semitism. What is this? The rootless cosmopolitan, a floating elite, untied to land, a global citizen with nothing to be loyal to. Sounds like a little like something else, maybe. I wouldn't get worked up over racists being racist on the most racist platform. It's true. I mean, dude, I'll give you an example since someone else posted it earlier. But like, even my former Zionist podcast co-host, okay, posting about Zoran Mamdani being like, I really like Zoran, but I think he shouldn't associate with these radical jihadists like Hassan. Like, that is literally Islamophobia, okay? Like, it's just the watered down version of whatever the Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying. Like, it's the same thing. But because there's so many people who are too stupid to understand, they try to rationalize it. You know what I mean? Like, he posted my tweet.
Oh, the Popeye meets Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. And it has the Islamic phobic stereotype of the like like the curved sword and everything, and
of me saying it's white boy jihad summer. Like clearly this is a joke, okay? And the joke is, for those of you who don't understand, the joke is that all of this nonsense is like, it's a joke about how stupid these Islamophobic bullshit arguments were against Zoran Mamdani, who is a socialist, 33 years old, and a Muslim.
Oh God, more than once I've had people spout off the tropes and then turn to me and say, but you're one of the good ones. I don't mean this about you. Yeah, no, you definitely hear, wait, was it? Yeah, it was Megyn Kelly had, oh my God, Chad, I can't remember. Who did Megyn Kelly have on recently? Right? But she had somebody on that was like talking about, he was like, now look. Like he was basically saying, New York City, London, two of the biggest cities in the world are now run, or will be run if Zoran wins, by Muslim mayors, right? And this is, you should be worried about this. You should be real. This is really bad, right? What does that mean? What does that indicate, right? And he's like, now look, of course I'm not saying that all Muslims are bad. We know some Muslims that are good, right, Megan? Oh yeah, absolutely. But in aggregate, as a whole, you know, they're violent, they're, you know, misogynistic, they're homophobic. And this is a right winger, right? This is part of the MAGA coalition talking about how misogynistic and transphobic and homophobic like Muslim people are, and just completely not noticing the smudge on his side of the glass, right? That's MAGA. That's Y'all Qaeda right there. That's Y'all Qaeda. Regarding the hidden user, what happens if you paste his channel URL in the hidden users box? It'll take you there. Okay. So yeah, there is a chance sometimes getting the URL. Ooh. The question would be if I go to a channel of a person that's hidden, would there be a button there for me to click to unhide it? Because I don't think it'll make a link, or like it's not like Megan was signaling great replacement theory too. I thought Alibaba was so cool as a kid. Not sure what that says about child me. Yeah, I feel like I've seen that one too. Didn't they kind of put Popeye in like the 1001 Nights? I feel like it was more than just Alibaba. I feel like he did a few Thousand and Nights that like Thousand and Nights has got Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. It's got Aladdin. Like a lot of famous stories actually come from the 1001 Nights, and a lot of smut. A lot of, you know, like that. There was different versions of it too, right? We're talking about like an orally transmitted like tale from that really does stem back to like the Muslim world, and you know, I think it's like Persian in origin, but it's been like cultivated and what is the word, like oh my god, I can't remember the word where you like it's been carried down through like Muslim oral tradition basically, and then before it was like written down by a number of different Western I guess, I don't know, you call them translators or cultivated, what is the word, like curated, yeah. And then there's one of these dudes that takes the stories and just really plays up the sex in the stories, which, you know, they're you know, there's like a sexual nature to some of the stories, right? But there's a version of the 1001 Nights that is straight up supposed to be like erotic, and then there's different translations, and I think Warner Brothers had a Bugs Bunny episode with a bad Islamophobic one too. A brute-like man running around with a cleaver yelling Hassan Chop. His name was Hassan. No, I think I was looking for curated. Right?
Like myself. Okay? And this Zionist who under other circumstances will be saying the exact same shit about Zoran as he is about me, considering that Zoran and I have almost identical opinions on Israel. Person who has been actively committed to BDS, started the Students for Justice Palestine chapter. Congrats to Zoran. He seems like a good dude. That being said, he really should be careful about who he associates with. I don't think people trying to dispel harmful stereotypes.
10 minutes left on the butterfly goal.
This joke, especially Muslims living in New York City who lived through a time of horrific Islamophobia. Also, Hassan does unironically support jihadist groups, immediately doubling down. So the level to which he's kidding is unclear. Not to mention he is the America Deserve 9/11 guy. All that being said, I wish Zoran the best. How do I explain?
I'm sorry, but America deserves a lot of things.
This to a a white lady who's like 37 years old, working in a marketing agency in an HR position, who unironically doesn't understand that Ethan Klein is literally doing the thing that he is concern trolling over in the same process of concern trolling. Okay. Guy who literally talked to me about the America Deserve 9/11 statement, who agreed with it, who had a podcast with me for years, a political podcast with me for years, over here chirping like Charlie Kirk. How do I explain that to a person who is just never going to comprehend it? He is an Islamophobic, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim piece of shit. It's crazy. To make matters worse, he's so sad. He's such a sad, pathetic loser. He's doing this on his 40th birthday, apparently, as I've been told from chat. Mentally unwell, charlatan, pathetic, stupid, hateful. This is the reason why he is alone in this world. And the only people he can have around him that are not his immediate family members are people he pays to be around him. People he pays to baby him every day, to say, no, you're a big boy.
I could see people watching this and thinking that maybe Hassan's letting too many of his emotions about Ethan's show. But I also think that if and when inevitably Ethan does watch this content, it's so real. Hassan is reading him, right? This is going to hurt for Ethan to watch.
Just tell her he's your stalker who has sexual fantasies about you and won't stop fan fiction writing about you. Any HR millennial woman will eat that shit up. Yeah. It's not even defamation. This is a cease and desist. Like, this is this is stalker shit. Zoran in 2013 hosting Ali Abunima on the topic of a one-state solution at Bowdoin College, hosting him at the Students for Justice for Palestine chapter that he started, by the way. Lost cause. Insane. Bowdoin, you goober. Whatever. It needs to be pretty normal. Zionism, it literally robbed him of his brain. What remained of it? Bowdoin. Is that how you say it? Like Nancy Mace. After 9/11, we said never forget. I think we sadly have forgotten. If this motherfucker really cared about Islamophobia, he'd be posting this shit and being like, this is unacceptable and dangerous rhetoric towards a progressive candidate that is unique and dynamic and very clearly defeated the establishment.
The crew should be embarrassed if they decide to come back after this break. I saw what's his Fika. Wait a minute. His name is Young Fika. Wasn't there something? Oh yeah, dog shit. That's one of the drops from him, is he says dog shit in a funny way. But yeah, Zara and I used to have a joke about like feek as a verb meaning to poop, like as in you make feces. I don't know. It was so like I'm just like looking at that name as a different Young Fika, like young pooper. But anyway, he had a video that was like, I've got an announcement, or I want to, I'm going to, like, basically, like, and I was kind of thinking it might be, I am no longer working. I'm not going to come back from break. No longer working for H3 or something like that. Although of all the people on H3, he next to maybe Zach and Galia and Nate are the most, the most dick righty of those people, right? If people quit, I'd expect it to be Olivia first, maybe Dan. Oh no, AB first. AB and Lena first. Then Olivia, then Dan, then Love, and obviously I don't think Zach is bothered. 2 girls, 1 Fika. I'm sorry, I just can't say. Is this supposed to be Fika? It's Fika though, right? Isn't it? It's Fika. It just sounds like, anyway, it sounds like exactly like the meme. And just compare Hassan's energy versus Ethan's. It's insane. Haas could be screaming and he wouldn't sound half as unhinged as Ethan. I feel like Ethan did reel it in a little bit. I watched some of the older Ethan, I think it was Comrade Casey's video, right? We saw some of the beginning of the crash out, and oh my god, he was like even worse. Like at this point, you can see it. If you hate Hassan, if you like Ethan, then maybe you don't notice how unhinged he's become. love is kind of chained to sinking H3 ship. I think you're probably right, Joel. But when I saw that at first, I thought that maybe he was going to quit. It turns out, no, he's just saying that he thinks he's gained weight since he's been in America. People warned him he would gain weight, and it's because he's been eating at restaurants, and so he's going to start cooking for himself. So he's doing like a diet, like slash kitchen chat. We could do a kitchen stream. I mean, my kitchen's really dirty. I would turn the camera and show you my kitchen right now, but it's kind of dirty. But like that, I would love to cook on stream. Would anybody be interested in? I mean, I wouldn't exactly be showing you like Thai recipes. I don't want to like, it definitely got some Thai ingredients here. I like the word fika. It's pleasant. I mean, I feel like we should just say fika from now on. Fika is just a nice Swedish cut. Wait, what does it mean? Wait, fika is such a nice, wait, what is the custom of fika? I don't even know. Count me in. Love can just go back to Sweden, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely what I've been doing, chat, is basically stir fries. Like I make rice, and then I make stir fry. Like I fry up some tofu. I add onions, shallots, and ginger and hot peppers to it, and then mushrooms, and then I'll throw in some vegetables, right? And then just kind of, usually, so sometimes a little bit of coconut milk. Fika fish, is that what it is? Cook and teach us food and utensils. Oh, teach you words in Thai. I could do that too. I'm not too far off from that. I'm actually kind of impressed with my ability to read Mark Wien's shirt, right? Like I was like, wait a minute. I know the word for spicy, I know the word for not, and I know the word for eat. Could it really be that simple? And it turns out it is. My pet, my gen. It's not spicy, I'm not eating it.
Establishment forces. That's who cares about Islamophobia. That's a person who cares about Islamophobia would do.
Oh wait, a fika is like an extended coffee break where you usually eat some sweet baked goods? That's absolutely charming. That being said, though, eating sweet baked goods, how is it that love was, has gained weight? Like, I don't understand, chat. Like, what are they doing to us in the United States? Do they literally sprinkle like fat powder into the food or something? Like I always look at European cultures and I'm like, well, maybe their food is, more healthy, more nutrient dense, less calorically dense. And then I see European food and I'm like, oh no, that's not calorically sparse, right? There's plenty of calories in there. Isn't it like payet? Pet. I think that's the word for 8, isn't it? We went through this earlier. Pet. Wait, let me see. I've got it somewhere. Okay. The word for spicy.
Pet.
Pet. Yeah, it does kind of sound like pet.
They wouldn't be
Pet.
So it's like the and then the word for 8.
Bad.
Pad. Okay, pet. So like my pet, my gen, right, is Mark Wien's slogan. If it's not spicy, I'm not eating it.
Actively calling their former Muslim socialist podcast co-host, who's a big booster of Zoran.
European food is very well, yeah, some of it is. Portion size. Oh, that's actually, I think that's what Love was actually saying, was that he did a little research on portion size in the US versus portion size in Sweden. One of our problems is the American diet is our size of our plates. We have large plates and they tend to overeat because of it. I don't understand how Swedes aren't more overweight either. They eat a dinner meal for lunch at 12, and then fika is the like, it's almost like, sounds like tea sort of, with some sweet stuff, and at 3, and then dinner after work. But I guess it's portion sized. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I know I lost a lot of, when I was studying in Europe, I lost a lot of weight. A lot of weight. And I've also, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I've managed to lose some weight here too. And it's not like I'm not eating very much. I feel like I eat a lot. Yeah, there's just something really off with American diet. Simplicity of ingredients too. Check that your spices only contain spices ingredients and not salt and stuff.
From the start, a jihadist that Zoran should not associate with, cynically. Like, because that statement is not for Zoran. If he sees something, if he sees that, he's gonna be like, "Get out of here." That statement is for his own audience. Pathetic, petty, vindictive, loser. Kind of negative energy can't go on. Okay, it can't. There will come a time where it'll eat away at your soul.
Walkable cities. Well, that's one thing that at least the city that I'm in Thailand is not very walkable. It is made, chat. The city is made for motorcycle. Wait, let me see if I can say this correct. Let's do a little bit more Thai here. Motorcycle in Thai. Ooh, there's various ways to say this.
มอเตอร์ไซค์
motorcycle.
รถจักรยานยนต์
So that's, I guess, the traditional Thai word for a motorcycle. Ratsa. Let's hear that again.
รถจักรยานยนต์
Rots. Oh my God, I'm not gonna say this right.
รถจักรยานยนต์
Rotsakrayanyon. That's the, and then, but the more colloquially, what people actually call it in Thailand is this.
มอเตอร์ไซค์
motorcycle. Yeah, that's what the streets here are made for motorcycles and for scooters and stuff like that, right? It's not made for bikes, and the sidewalks are like, they are getting some public transit put in, so at some point it'll be a little bit easier to get around via buses and trains and stuff like that. Simplicity of ingredients too. Yeah, this is true. All right, chat. Well, with that, I think it is time for me to thank once again my Patreons, who I really appreciate. Yeah, if you want to know the best platform to support me on, it's probably Patreon. If what you're looking for is like that more of your donation actually gets to me. That being said, whatever is easiest for you, I'm totally fine with you doing. So that's why I have multiple ways that you can support the stream, including supporting the stream for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you can use that to get yourself a free Twitch sub, no cost to you, and it will put a little bit of money in my pocket, and it will support the stream. And more importantly, chat, it'll get you emotes. So, like I have a bunch of different ways that you can support me, and essentially like the easiest way for you is the way that you should choose. But yeah, thanks especially to my Patreons, because like I said, I do get more of the money this way, and it's also detached from the platforms, which, as we've seen, can be taken away from you so easily, right? You saw President Sunday's channel get demonetized, and as far as I've seen, he didn't do anything to deserve that. So if you want to support me in a way that that cannot be stripped away by being banned or demonetized on YouTube or Twitch, right? Patreon is definitely the way to do that, and that is patreon.com/nocommentchick. So everybody that's supporting me at $5 a month or more, I give you a fancy shout out with every stream. Let me go ahead and do that now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moino, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to my fancy weasels. Shouts out to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. And just know, chat, I'm going to be streaming a lot for the rest of the month. Kind of like lost out on a lot of money on the ill-fated Vietnam trip, which didn't even end up happening. And not being able to stream as much this month. So I will try to be on more often. I might maybe even doubling up some days. So look for me in the morning as well. I'm going to try to at some point do a what do you call it? Like a subathon on Twitch, where we'll watch the as much of the Jubilee content as I can get through, right? I don't get to watch Jubilee on YouTube because it's the Jubilee just like they call YouTube on me every time I stream their stuff, right? Which kind of sucks. So that's why I'm going to try doing it on Twitch instead. That being said, I'm going to raid you in right now to Bill Boneless. So watching some content that you would only see on Twitch. I can say no more. But yeah, I'll try to do a subathon on Twitch with the Jubilee content. We'll do Sam Cedar for sure. And if you can keep me on for long enough with the subathon, remember that's where donations add extra time to the stream. So if we get enough time for it, I'll also do Jordan Peterson and the I can't remember his name, but the Ethan's favorite Palestinian guy is on Jubilee, also getting dunked on. There's a lot of good content on Jubilee that I haven't been able to watch. Not sure how much Jubilee I can stomach, but I'll give it a try. Well, it's only because I can't do it any other way. Like, right, I can't do like I can't watch Jubilee stuff on YouTube, and like we just haven't. There's a lot I haven't reacted to. So yeah, we're gonna read into Bill Boneless. Thank you for being here. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. And I'll try to do a morning stream. Be on the lookout for that, right? At least maybe a short stream or something like that. Lance puts pride flags all over to not get pulled, and that works for him on YouTube, Jerry. Yeah, I guess we could try that too. What do we have the I have some kind of a overlay if I can find it. I'm not actually sure where this is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's my version of what you were just talking about that Lance has. So I don't know if that helps. The other, and I don't even know how they detect it. Like they may detect it via audio too. So maybe if I could do that, put Waluigi's all over. Yeah, that's what I should do. But anyway, I'll be back again soon. We'll try to do that subathon on Twitch sometime before the end of the month. So look for that. And then I think we'll talk about Zoran tomorrow. So yeah, let's see what Bill
over 4,000 wounded.
Oh, Bill's going over some news right now. So
just getting to the quotes here. Let me get shout out.
We're getting the shout out. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Have
everyone go follow No Comment Check
stream.
It's a killing field, one soldier said, where I was stationed between.
Yeah, so Bill's covering some news right now. And if you want to go over there and give Bill a check, also give Bill Boneless a follow as well. I'll see you again tomorrow. Maybe do a morning stream. Maybe try to do I might try to do a morning stream before the majority report, and definitely like a evening afternoon stream to catch up on what's going on with Mom Donnie and the crash out over over a Muslim socialist winning in New York City. So that should be pretty interesting. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Stay cool. Take care.